Oh my god. Allo, Allo, Allo Beyond, Allo Fez, Allo Lisipai, Allo Frostbite, Jammy, Lemon, Allo everyone. Hope you guys are doing well. Internet dift. For real though. Internet responding, yes. Hello internet here. Hey, finally got into contact. Wait, why are you leaving? Wait, come back. God damn. Beyond on a 95 stream streak. Thank you, Beyond, for the support, dude. And thanks for modding all the time. It's super, super appreciated. Huh? What the fuck? Fucking internet, get back here. Okay. It is time to POB for the next 7 hours. How do you like that? Alright. Let's see. We need to make this POB better. We were doing some POBing yesterday because internet was dead. POB for the next 7 hours. Most thrilling stream of my life. Oh, true. I agree. Oh, fuck, just a sec. I'm actually getting a message by my brother. Just a sec. We're getting a message from my brother. Poggers. You usually turn off your phone when sisters message me. They always just want something. Damn. Based. Alright. Does anyone see anything we can improve on this tree for the time being? We have Golem nerfs in, where we just set attribute resistances because people will get those. We do have the entire lead up up to impending doom. I wonder. Oh, wait. Alright, let's see. Our life seems quite low. I feel like I had more life than this, like even in... Well, obviously, like all this shit is pure trash. can probably get to like 4K life easily if you just pump a bit more life on these items. Hmm. Okay, we need to set this. What I don't understand is this loadout. Oh. Okay, that's why. There's no. Oh, I gotta import everything. Fuck, bro. Flame Blast A. Oh, you mean adding Flame Blast? My streak. Ah, Sedig. Okay, we need to add this. Why is it so bad? No, no, no. I mean, it looked like you had a flame. You had Flame Blast in the build. Oh, I think that was not for this one. This one is just pure impending doom only. But on, I almost wonder because I almost wonder if Flame Blast is going to be good because Defiled Forces is dead. So Flame Blast took a massive L. It'll probably still be good, but yeah, Defiled Forces being gone, it makes Flame Blast like really fucking sad. Chotto. Do I have Giga delay? Okay, I do not. Oh. Nice. Alright. By the way, as I am 6 hours in the future, I feel like it's my responsibility to report that nothing substantial has happened in that time. Ooh. Thank you. So we're safe for 6 hours at least, for the time being. Thank you, thank you. You really need to decide what to play in the private league. So many options, just cannot decide. Well, I am locked in. I'm gonna be doing Ignite Elementalist until we can find the Impending Doom helmet. So we're gonna be doing Ignite Impending Doom in the private league. And then maybe we'll build off of that later. Farm with Impending Doom. Make Pathfinder. Maybe do some Poison Pathfinder Impending Doom or something. Who knows? If my computer can handle it. I just feel like it's so sad. Like I actually get computer drift and I also get internet drift as well, like Dennis said. And I lose damage because my computer just cannot keep up with Impending Doom. Ugh. Do you remember how many points it completed Atlas gave? Just the map completion. Fuck. I don't know. Did they show it on the reveal? A 100. But then this is not including the other stuff. But then, by the way, 100 does include other things like other bosses, I assume, right? Not just the Atlas. No? Oh. It's just... wait, what? 135 is the total we get? Oh. Oh, okay, so you're just saying the points it complete... Oh, so it only gives 100 points from... From the Atlas? Okay. Huh. Okay, 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 okay. Usually try to make your early atlas like 75, 90 points. Okay. Did ooh, did the atlas changes come out? Because I heard something about a JSON being shown. Oh. Ooh, shit. Is PoE Planner updated? Oh, fuck. Wait. Is this updated? Oh, shit, it is. Yo, this is the updated one. Yikes. Wait, what? Ugh. Okay. Atlas normal tree? Okay. Whoops. Increase maps found in your map. Increase maps found in your maps. Okay, so shaping the mountains, shaping the skies. Are still going to be necessary, like all the time, yeah. There's a better website, really? Better than... Oh, shit. Oh, path of pathing. You can click big nodes in this and it'll path for you optimally. Really? Wow, is that the... Whoa? Well, I guess... Oh, I guess that makes sense. That's so weird. That's the... Oh, I guess it's... You know what? Color-wise, this is actually way better. Yeah, what the fuck? Oh, this one is nice. Click the betrayal icon in the middle. Oh, wow. So this is the optimal path for just that? Oh my god. Wow, what the hell? Oh shit, that's fucking good. Oh my goodness. What? That's the most optimal? Click it twice, specific nodes. Oh. Wow, that's really fucking cool. Ooh. Optimal endpoint, not in stuff. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, obviously we'll be doing our own pathing, but that is really nice. Really? Oh. So you would want my map effect? You like it as a general pathing info? It is nice. It's very nice, actually. It's crazy good. Huh. That's a really cool tool. Ooh. You know what? Betrayal is gonna be so goated with the fracture chance. That's so good. God damn. Hey, Shadar. Ollie. Hope you are doing well. How is it going? Ooh. You were looking at veiled mods? The chances are slim, but can happen. Yeah. It is a very small chance, but if you get something GG on a good base, oh. Planning breach tree, breach hives looking juicy. I see. Increase pack size. Quantity of room gifts. Ooh. Your brain still hurts looking at this. I'll admit. Man, if only you liked PoE. This game is so good. Oh my god. Too many variables on it. Base, eye level, actually good mod, and the 5% fracture on top. We'll see. Your main point is all flames anyway. Money. Ooh, is there specifically one for all flames? Wait, what? Oh, are you talking about just turbo jail? All flames from safe houses. Okay, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Too busy racing horse girls. Oh my god. I see. Oh. Always hives. Flammable burrows. What is that? Increased damage of skills created by Ylith. Which monsters have increased pack size? Wouldn't you just always take this? Unstable breaches take 6 additional seconds to collapse after timer is filled. Those are ones that explode when you get close. Explode when you get close. Have I ever encountered those? I don't know if I have. You walk over and they burn everything. Oh. They're everywhere? Really? Did I just not notice any of them? Yikes. You could not have missed it. I maybe have missed it. What the fuck? Flammable burrows. Yeah, I have zero idea as to what the fuck these are. Huh. The purple dots on the minimap, no memory. Quickly, someone sub and crashes into it. What the fuck? Stop right there, criminal scum. Hello, Slinky. Hope you're doing well. Huh. I wonder. Criminals come? Holy Jesus Christ. Gooning. Honestly, even though the unstable breaches were like the best option, I hate that you have to go back to the center of the unstable breach to complete it. Because if you don't go back, you lose everything. I hated that part of these. Even though they were like kind of close to, you know, old breach. Can get extra explosion radius, and you get more loot per exploded burrow with a node that replaces the Harbinger nodes. You wish the thing spawned on you? Same. I honestly wish it spawned on you too. It's still better than Abyss. I think my sub update's tomorrow, so I can do the funniest thing. Oh my god. What the hell? SMH. Yeah, but honestly, for the blood, if it stays like it did before, this is probably gonna be the best option, right? Hives, even though, fuck, hives are so fucking cringe. Ugh. My question is though, if you have if you have hives, is it going to suck up your map loot like it did in Keepers? That's something I really want to know. Or if this is actually just added content. Because it has to be just added content, right? Breach encounters in your maps are always a slog, is what I read. Essentially, yeah. Essentially, they are always a slog. Sadly, some of us are going to need to do this though. Like, I think I actually have to. I have to rush Breach. Fuck, that's so cringe. Like, even to get the Duadri helmet. 60? Oh, fuck. Oh. I see. Okay. Me. You know what? May as well. Probably unstable. I don't care about that. They upped the blood cap. Maybe they also upped the blood drop. Gigacopium? Oh, I wonder. Maybe? Part of me almost hopes that they did. Because it's kind of cringe. Two unstable breaches. That's nice. Flammable burrows. Yeah, honestly, Shatar, I don't think I've ever cared what was on the minimap when I ran Breach and Keepers, that I was like, fuck it, just get it over with. Just go. Just go and get it done. So I never really cared to notice. Is there any Breach node that has blood related? Um so it's the only thing. Increased blood on nodes. Many of the small nodes increase blood gain. Um, where's the highlight? Quantity of high blood fraud in your maps. I see. Wait, are these the only nodes? Oh, wow, that... Huh. They're actually kind of small, aren't they? Like a small amount. There's only 15% chance there on the small nodes. Yeah, it's only 15%. Wow. Interesting. Some of the big nodes themselves? Oh, really? Is it getting hidden by this green circle? Because the search isn't showing it. And the wheel bottom. Oh. Okay, I don't like that. Why why is it not showing as the search? I do not like that. The exploding burrow thing increases blood from hives. Oh. I guess I just did not interact with keepers like fully at all. Iron Mask Skellies with new bloodline, here I come. You don't like it. It's shit. Damn. Yeah, man, the new exceptional support is so strong for minions. It's cracked. Because you can either get like more of everything. You can get more specters. Congregation, it's so strong. Holy. I heard you could get like 54 spiders. No way. 30 skellies. 60 phantasms. Wait. What? Wait a sec. Isn't there that new armor? Fuck. There was that new unique armor that has that like makes phantasms take the damage for you. Doesn't that make you like immortal? 54 spiders just to make Beyond's life hard. What? Toxic. Oh shit, you have a POB? Ooh. Oh. Oh god. I see. Whoa. That's kind of insane. Oh, I really see. Wait a sec. The helmet will be money? It will be. Oh. Ooh. Man, what was that unique armor? What was it? I think it was a armor evasion? Maybe not. Maybe it's a maybe it was evasion ES. This thing, Servant of Decay. Oh, it's fucking Void Spawn. Never mind. Fuck, I thought it was something else. Never mind. It's trash. Man, that's fucking good though. Cool. That is pretty fucking cool. Yeah, mom. Hmm. Ooh. Ooh, that's actually kind of nice. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Rip some random Phantasm POB to see what it looked like. And the gear on that isn't insane either. And the stats on the rings are irrelevant because Supreme. Ah. Oh, wait, you're actually not using Mind Over Matter. I see. Oh. You don't know how rare the supports are? That is true. Yeah, we don't know how rare the supports are. Man. That's pretty good though, because Soul Rest is already very powerful. It's quite good. That's a cool build. If you're doing minions, you're just doing skellies, but this looked interesting. Very interesting. Guitar was teaching. Will be so many proj on the screen. Offerings. Oh, ooh. Ooh, it's all chaos damage? Oh my. Oh my god. Mm. That's fucking nice. $180 if all. 60 attack. It's poison. And look at the jewels. Oh, wait. This is dot cap then. What the fuck? Holy shit! You pulled a legendary from YouTube recommendations. Oh no. What the hell is this? What the fuck is this? Holy shit. Shanati. Hey, thanks for the follow. Super, super appreciated. God damn. Didn't look that deep into the PvP. Poison might just be supplemental, but yeah, it looks solid. Very. That's pretty fucking cool. It's kind of a banger, isn't it? Because of my playlist. Yeah, that's pretty good. I was about to ask what this game is about, but holy skill tree. This is the Atlas tree. You've seen nothing yet. This is the passive tree for the game. Oh, wait, don't show him. He's gonna quit. He hasn't even started the game yet. Path of Exile. I don't know if anyone knows what PoE is actually about. Ah, shit. What is that, man? Yeah. It is Path of Exile. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, so we're gonna need like this. These are trash. Stop it. It's about the friends we made along the way. Along the path, you mean? Blocking content might be good as well. Mirage will spawn next to content you care about more often. That is true. Yeah, that's true. Blocking content is probably very smart now. I mean, it always was, but more so. Ooh. Oh. Hey man, do you like skill trees? We got skill trees inside of skill trees. Inside of other skill trees. True. Alright, off to class. Be back in 5 hours. Alright. Good luck, Zabby. Good luck on class. See you later, sir. You know what's the best breach tree? You take everything breach, even the block. So you have nothing. Genius. Yep. Who cares about league content? You just want map drops. Yeah. We also have an actual tree with a tree. God, that's true now. Hey, Wenby. How come you don't want the starter betrayal nodes, but you want the other ones? How come you don't want the starter betrayal nodes? Are you talking about like these ones right here? Oh, I'm just going through stuff. Hey, Q Nelly. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Ooh, private league, get hyped. True.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Shimata.
The Shimata private league. 135 points. Pack size, quantity of wound gives, pack size, high blood. Yeah, you just want this entire thing, don't you? Chance to lead to fortress. Breach bosses chance to be duplicated, so you don't want that. Breaching counters are faster, yes, yes. 138 is the actual number. You're blind sometimes? Fishy is taking over me. What's next? Ability to read? Yeah. Let me just read stuff backwards and then I'll really help you take it away. Lucid dreams. So... Oh, you know what, Slinky? The nerf to lab does suck, doesn't it? The labyrinth nerf is actually setting. Even if you get like the improved stuff, it is better chance for like empowered and other ones, but no awakened gems of the other kind are kind of sad because you can't get them from lab anymore. Pain and suffering. But yeah, it is still good there. Yeah, damn. I mean, still good source of empower, enlighten, and enhance. Yeah, for sure. It is definitely good. A guaranteed way, well, quote unquote guaranteed way to get it. Definitely quite nice. Did they change anything on Harvest? You're gonna need to run so much lab. You need an average 40 Death's Door to get double endurance charge boots. What? Seriously? That is a yikes. God, you're gonna need so much. Okay, reset. So the only wilt, obviously take this. No. Ah. Is there... Oh, okay, so you can pause it there. Okay. I'm glad they buffed the nodes at least. I wonder why they keep the improved labs so rare. Did they actually buff it? Huh. Well, what was it before? Oh shit, they did buff it. Oh, goddamn. Okay. Holy. A little more chance to spawn trial and 20% chance to be improved, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Goddamn, that's cool. That's actually good. Oh, way better. Fuck, you just got depressed remembering something? Roll. Not good. Okay. POB time. Alright, we need to fill in for... Oh, shit, we need to put the items inside and the skills. Oh my god. Pain. God, there has to be a better way to do this. Whoops. Good old copy pastas. Time to start looking at the tree. Let's go to the other tree. Yeah. You got reminded of it and you're fucking depressed about it? Let's see. What? In 2024, Yoko Takahashi sang a Cruel Angel's Thesis live in here in Istanbul and you missed it? Once of a on a lifetime event. Damn. Oof. If you aren't looking at a tree, are you really playing PoE? True. We're all tree huggers in PoE, right? Also, hey, Dr. Swado. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Why is our damage lower? The fuck is this? Am I missing something? No, this is the same. POB is the real game. PoE is just a simulator. Yeah. Simulate our proper damage. Because the items are not... No, the items are exactly the same. What the fuck is going on? Ah, I love losing damage. Oh, it's the calculators. Okay. Ignited, shocked. What else? 25? This shouldn't be. This is like... It's like 10, I believe. You shock for 500%. Trust me, bro. True. What? Even with that, it's like not good. I think as the max, it's like what, 50? No, actually, 50 is not true. The fuck is going on? Ah. That's better. Brands, instead of going on a holy crusade. Whoa. Ah, shit. Uh-oh. Alright, where do we branch off from here? I guess we just want more damage. You do have a holy hammer occultist in your pocket for later? The POB import thing couldn't happen in time, by the way, on the calc. Oh, shit. You'll take another look later? Alright. Thank you. Alright, so if we do this... Can we fit in another aura if we take reservation efficiency? We probably can. You'll take another look later? Fair enough. It doesn't need to import. Can't wait for Orc to murder my minion build with his new holy sweep. Oh shit! Is he gonna keep his old sweep? That's right. He does use sweep, doesn't he? Oh shit. I assume they're gonna keep the old sweep in there. It's kind of crazy how good Snowforged is for Ignite. Fuck. You got a partial parse of the base 64, but you couldn't find out why it only had basic info and not everything. Gotta do more research. Oh shit. Thanks a lot, Fez. Oh fuck, the config is wrecked too. That's why the damage was a bit higher. Okay, there we go. It beats your ADHD anyway. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so we need to get this to level 95. What do we take? I guess we can take masteries. Get a bit more tanky somehow. Oh, that won't do anything, will it? Because I have this. Wait, an extra? Wait a sec. Does this work with the Elementalist Ascendancy? At least? Oh, it's at least. No, never mind. It's trash. May as well take more. Yeah, it's trash. Yeah. It's garbage. Prevent 3%. We could get more damage here. Increased duration doesn't really do anything for us. We don't use cruelty. We could save a point. Oof. God, that's kind of sad. No, that's not really worth it. Okay, let's see what we can do. On a reservation efficiency, we take these. Okay, so we have 32 mana. Oh shit, we're overleveled. No. This is an L not to take this, though. So maybe we take this off, sadly. We have to keep that. That's not bad, but... Okay, what can we take? Oh shit, are we full? No, the boots can take one more. You're doing a survival arbitration yesterday. We're like 25 minutes in. The bozo called me out saying, why are you using a slow Nova? Speed them up so we can get more loot. Instead of saying anything, I switched to speed up. We all died instantly because of some poison eczema sweat. Nothing personnel, kid. On light speed on your ass. 30 minutes of your life. Ah, classic. Why are you using slow Nova? Bro.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Shimata.
Hey Nor. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Oh, good. 2 golden. Yikes. Hello, Dennis. Hope you're doing well. Going from 75% slow to to 75% faster is just not beautiful. I mean, we could do discipline. I wonder. We could also do haste, actually. Well, no, actually, I don't think we can. Yeah, fuck, we're like so close. Wait. Oh, there has to be a way to get. Oh, shit. After the new support reveal, you want to do minion now, Zombie Boy? Mm-hmm. Thank you for the sensor. Yeah, minions look cracked this league. Like, stupidly cracked. Oh, there's so many jewel sockets we can get. How much loss is this? 12%? I mean, it's kind of good, but this might be better. 38% more minions with 5 specters. That's plus 2 specters. Yeah. 7 total. Yeah, it makes it so strong. Oh my god. Wouldn't it round down to +1 knowing PoE? Oh. Will it? Monka? Oof, wait. Oh god, the sneeze is right there, but it's not. Dark Monarch with Arakali's Fang and the gem that gives 54 spiders. Don't tell Beyond. That's easy to get Monarch. 3 basic specters, then it's +2. 3 6 basic specters. 6 base, that's +2. 810 increased poison. 108 increased attack speed. Tell Beyond so he can avoid. God damn. Okay, let's make some gems. Craft jewel. Cobalto. Let's do like life. Whoa, wait. Oh, it's because it's prefix. Yeah, I could do fire dot multi. Oh, that's good. The downside is you're a minion cuck now, so rest in peace. Ooh. Anyway, you're ready to see new variation of ward loop with the new cast on ward break gem. Oh god. Well, isn't the whole thing about ward loop not breaking the ward? Or am I crazy? Or is it... Or do they always break the ward anyway? You call it variation? I see. There's no way this is possible, right? God, that is not. That's just too good. Let's just do fucking uh, to int or something. Faster. Ooh, that is crazy. Let's just put this at a low. Ugh. That's so strong. Oh shit. We need to change this. Oh fuck. We're gonna lose some life, but that's fine. Hey. Yeah, because we actually kind of lose a lot of life, but still. So that means we can put in another 50% if we add in all these aura things. Huh. Ooh. 4% for one. How bad is pure Zombo, I wonder? With the Baron helmet? Um, I mean, with the new support gem, it shouldn't be that bad, right? If anything, it's probably going to be pretty good. Honestly, anything, any fucking minion with that gem is going to be so fucking good. New support gives movement speed too, you think? So nice for zombies? Mm. The only minion that you enjoy is the zombie boys. I actually enjoyed slave drivers a lot. Slave drivers were very, very fun. Oh, Echo. He didn't center, he's too far gone. Oh no. Orida. Well, that's also a good one too. Shit. Because we do fire exposure. Hmm. We lost Dennis. Sage. Apparently there's a searing bond of domination in the classes JSON, explode totems, trans gem. Oh. You were a minion cuck before DD. Oh shit. Oh my god. So we lost him before we even knew him. Whew. Damn. Alright, how does this trailer look like to you guys? Obviously the items are fucking trash. I haven't even put in flasks either. I feel like this should be way higher. You were playing carry on golems before Spark. Damn. He was a minion person before. Oh my god. The truth comes out. What the hell? Okay, do we even want haste though? I mean, haste would feel really, really good, but we can probably get something else better. You've had a dark past. Everyone at one point, I think, at least tried minion once. That's true. Yeah. You did it more than once, but yeah. Oh, Soka. Oh, wait, what? %6 more damage. Hmm. Armor? Nah, armor is not good. Honestly, Grace. It's either Grace or Discipline. Maybe. Shit. What do you guys think? Grace would probably be better. Carrion golems were fun back then. They were feral, jumping at everything in sight. How be thy network? All Ditto. Network seems pretty decent right now. Don't jinx it. It'll go down now. No. What the hell? Grace, no questions asked. Okay. Okay, we Grace. So that's just good. Interview when, by the way? Wait, is there another interview? With Jung? Oh, really? Armor stacker is just is this solo aura stacker. Yep, always has been. Armor stacker has always been an aura stacker. Yikes. Okay, so this is with the like, absolute dog water gear. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Oh, fuck. Wait. Actually, now that I think about it, is this a dead stat? Oh, you know what? This might only be usable. Fuck, this might only be usable with the Spellblade version. Fuck. Because I have no cold on anywhere. Interview is in 2 hours, 50 minutes. Oh shit. Okay. We can watch it live? Pog? Oh. Damn, do we lose? Did we lose 19%? You ain't getting no league start practice, old man. What the hell? Oh my god. Man, losing Mastermind of Discord is gonna suck. Though we kind of do. Hmm. All damage can chill. How much chill do you think we can actually get if we take Shaper of Winter and just take all the Shapers? Because this is only possible. Oh, wait. No, no, never mind. We can. I'm stupid. We have cold on our rings. Yeah, you have to have this craft. The cold damage, fire damage. So okay, we are doing it. So this is fine. 10 seconds, obviously. We're doing bait builds now. Yup. Super bait, giga, ultra bait. Ignite stack. What the fuck? Hmm. Okay, that's no cluster. Now, what do we give up for clusters? Because all these points are kind of big. Fuck, that's a lot of damage to lose. Well, I guess it would have to be this stuff. Fuck, that's a lot of damage. And HP to lose. Hmm. Same with this too. Okay. Benny Doom, no cluster. I wish you could select all and copy this. Yikes. The ES cost per second. Holy balls. Let's save this. Ooh. CB would be nice. What if? 1, 2, 3. Three. Huh. Okay, let's just put... Shit. Config, manage... Wait, the fuck? What does the sync thing do? Syncs your level to allocated points. Oh, okay. Thank you. Wait, that's auto? Uh-oh. How do we get like brackets on here? Fuck that be. Oh. Okay, no, I think I know how. Sync is it just sets the loadouts themselves if you happen to override them by hand. Oh. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, no cluster. $25, 10. To be honest, it doesn't work half the time. Oh shit. Not good. Is elemental overload good if you don't have a lot of crit? You don't know how much crit you have because no skill selected, just asking. It is... I would say it's very good if you have at least like 10%. 10% crit. Anything below it, it'll probably feel like shit. But yeah, if you have 10, it's fine. Later on, we're definitely going to want to take this off because we're going to want the heist base that gives elemental overload like the implicit itself. I just realized we're both cooking ignite, so I was seeing what you were doing. Ah, what skill are you thinking of? Are you thinking of Herald of Lightning maybe, or Penance Brand with the buffs? Oh wait, no, not Herald of Lightning. Lightning Brand. Penance Brand, since it got buff from it. Fair enough. It could be quite good. Okay. We need to put this back. Put this back. And regeneration efficiency. Okay, so what do we need to take out? It's also something great for people to transition to after Wintertide. So if you like it, it's a decent scaling thing. Could be cool. Fair enough. Mm. Your damage feels low though in POB, but to be honest, you mostly just imported Winter Tide and had been slowly changing things. Ah, fair enough. And it makes sense. Going off of like a completely brand new tree is kind of big. Don't tell anyone, but I started with a new tree. It's probably the most big thing to do, but I just wanted something fresh. What is your ignite damage if you check things? Um, on this like giga budget shit, this garbage gear, with just impending doom and well, the brand up, I guess. Where was it? Yeah, 1.8. But that's with brand up. So yeah, it'll get way better than this though, because this is just the Doatrix helmet with dog shit gear, and then I'm gonna add a Rebuke of the Val spell blade option as well. Fabgun is doing bow again. Ah, classic. Wait, he's not doing wand? You're like 1 mil behind? Gotta figure out what you need to do. When you're done with PB, can you send it to me so I can compare? Sure. Absolutely. Add me as a friend. Oh, you're gonna DM? What is this about? He just posted a bow build an hour ago. Really? Huh. Let me guess. It's gonna be Ellie hit. But wait, no. Ellie hit is not... Well, Ellie hit's still good, actually. Alright, so how are we gonna get a cluster in here? At level... Something that's good. Okay, so we need a cluster jewel. Probably just one. Large cluster. Fire damage. Pretty fix. We want sadist. Sadist is correct. Oh, Burning Bright's kind of good. Cremator's also good. Prismatic Heart. Honestly, Prismatic Heart's probably the best option. Let's do Prismatic. And then just disorienting. Impending Doom again. Yep. I'll ogre. Hope you're doing well, sir. Also, is Shaper Shock Ascendancy Node more DPS than Convergence for you? Mine shows less DPS. Convergence is probably better. But Shock also gives you the option to use... What was that ring? The one where you combined all of the barracks, wrist bites and shit. You can get a lot of damage from that ring. But I guess that's an option. That you can play with. You forgot the name, but you know what you mean? Yeah, I also forgot the name. It's used so often. Taming, that's the one. Yeah, taming. So if we slap on taming, we get a lot of damage. Yeah. So it is good. It just depends on what you want to do, I guess. But triple tamings. God damn. Dennis with 13 months. Yo, thanks for the support, dude. Jesus Christ, 13. More than a year. Oh my god, internet crash incoming. Whoa. Dennis ruined it. Oh, shit. Alrighty. To be fair, if you get shock chance, you're already lightning damage, so you can shock without Shaper if needed. Oh, that's true. Probably Convergence would just be better for you. Honestly, Heart of Destruction might actually be better for clear as well. The extra AoE might actually just be better for Impending Doom, because AoE just feels better. You need to swap browser to resub, because Mozilla's going apeshit. AoE when we need it, damage for single target, super good. Yeah, it is quite good. I might actually do that. 25. Yeah, maybe we do that instead. And before the DNS you gave Fishy was just my home address, and now I can shut his internet anytime. Oh my god, what the hell? Click convergence and config to show the damage. Yeah. Don't I have to turn this on to see it as well? Yeah, it's not here until I turn it on, which makes sense. If I do this, take shock off, convergence. Huh, it's actually on par. Because I wouldn't be getting any shock at that point, for me at least. Though, I guess at the end of the day, it would probably be better because of the AoE. For clear, I will have less damage. I wonder if I will want the clear, though. The clear damage. Because that is quite good. Hey, Londe. How's the interweb holding up? It is holding up pretty good so far. We've had 0 dropped frames. It seems pretty stable right now. How's it going? Clear really only needs AoE, yeah? Trash mobs don't need extra damage at your level? Maybe. Yeah, you're probably right. So we might actually not take this. Ooh, that's actually really nice. You know what? Yeah, I think convergence is the play. Worth testing at least. You know what? No. I think you're actually just right. Convergence is actually just better, better than shock. Completely. Noob question: how to beat Incarnation of Fear, Neglect, and Dread? Needed for new Originator Voidstone. Just run them. Do the memory side quest with Egon or whatever his name is. So find memory tears in the map. Pretty much. Yeah, you just follow the Egon quest line. Just get good. You're just a big Convergence fanboy, and people shit on it a lot, so you wanted to see how you felt. No, Convergence is very good. It's actually crazy good. The only gripe I have with it is that you lose the AoE once you have Convergence. Which kind of sucks, but you know. If the AoE was always there, oh my god, I would take Heart of Destruction all the time. This godly keystone. Usually you don't need the AoE when you need Convergence. For most builds, yeah. That's true. The boss key items are not itemized, so you won't have to wait until you have the damage to... Wait, are not itemized. You won't have to wait until you have damage to progress. You'll be able to drop all the keys and do them all at once. You missed yesterday's reoccurring watch? No! My bad, Skylock. Yeah, internet, like, shat itself. So we kind of got fucked. You can't type? Oh, you can type. Usually do all Egon white, because you can't be asked with all the map mods. You only need to kill the boss anyway. Sup, peeps? Hello, Regis. Hello. Hope you're doing well. That would make sense. Yeah. You can't type. He can't read. We were made for each other. Oh, oh shit. People blush. God damn. Okay. We need to put this inside. Um, add. Oh, the large cluster is already there. Okay, so we have to limit ourselves to 95. 8%. Fuck, that's kind of a lot. Oh, actually, that's 3 points. You know what? That's fine. We take that off. Fuck, do we take this off? Bro, that's kind of painful. Still 2 points. Did you already make the private league? I forgot. Yep, we already made it. With a great name, too. Shit, do we lose life? That's kind of a lot of life to lose. You're welcome, Dennis. Bro, this fucker. Marathon tomorrow, but Ubisoft sale. So Division 2 with the DLC was under $15, I believe. Originally like 80% bundle. 80%, $80 bundle. Huh. Might be my fault. I shot down all of Londa's other unhinged ideas. The name was in honor of Dennis. It's a great name, isn't it? I think it's pretty good. Okay, then we're gonna want a medium cluster jewel. Fire damage. We want fan the flames. What do we want? Ooh, that's actually kind of good. Cooked alive. Ooh, cremator is also very good. 6%. Smoking remains. Ooh. Wasting affliction is so fucking cracked. Yeah, wasting affliction is just the best one. 21 peeps, yo. And fish. Also, wasn't about being unhinged. It's a common theme we've had for names. Ratings and fishes, true. Actually, do you even need Runebiter for Penance Brand? Ignite? 2 brands stack faster technically, but if they are already blowing up things quickly, kind of overkill. Plus Ignite is ticking wheel, the other explodes eventually. Brand clusters and Runebiter might be bait for Penance Brand, Ignite. Brand passives clusters. Cluster jewels might be good. Stop living rating, you saw the truth. Nah. Fish says sent a DM. Don't read it out loud? Okay, let's see. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Phew. Okay, let's add this to build. Put that cobalt jewel in there. Medium. Oh, fuck. The medium needs to be better than this. You know what? I'm gonna make it fucking 5 passives. Just in case some bozo is like... But it needs to be 4 passives. Please. Oh, we can actually... Fuck. We can actually lose so much more damage and get this back. Oh, we can't. Fuck. Never mind. Oh. You always do 5 passive for the same reason? Yeah. 4 to 5 passive cluster thing was absolute peak comedy this league. Yeah, it's so funny. Bro, you could just make money off of fucking retards. Because they want 4 passive when 5 passive is literally the same thing. It was like, what, 100C difference or more on just a white base because of the extra passive? It's so stupid. Cluster. Oh, fuck, we have to do this. Okay. Honestly, Slinky, the variance at which ignites happen, I think you want as much, like, I think you do want those because you want the biggest ignite to be on there, and the variance, especially if you're using lightning damage, is going to be humongous for ignite. So you'll want to attack as fast as possible and as often as possible to get the biggest ignite on there, because you can be doing like a 1 ignite on lightning damage. And since we don't have, since we're losing, since we're losing defiled forces, yeah, we're getting kind of fucked. So yeah, you'll wanna have as much ticks as possible. So we'll need to find Egon in tier 14 plus maps. Yep. So we will find, yeah. I mean, most of the people will want the absolute smallest number, even if it doesn't matter or changes very little. Buying a perfect fracture versus 1 point less is like multiple divines cheaper. Well, that's different though, because literally 5 and 4 makes no difference on your passive tree except for this. I guess it's just like a aesthetic point. It's just because a guide stated 4, it didn't tell 5 was okay, so every noob was only buying 4s. We get to see the challenging wars tomorrow. Oh, basically tonight? Okay. No armor set, by the way. We will be getting 1... Oh, it's not an armor set. Oh shit, we'll be getting 1 armor set and 1 different MTX rotating per league now. Oh, okay, so it's not gonna be an armor set? Fuck that, you have enough MTX? Ah, shit. Oh, Batman. You know, this is kind of silly how much damage clusters give. People bitched. Armor sets were whack, so they changed. Oh. The issue with Pennispan and Runebiter is the 2 brands can be attached, and it'll add stacks faster, but only 1 explode. Then the other brand drops on the ground, so it technically is a bit faster, but not sure how much it is worth over just having 1 pop on and off when it's like 1 second per explosion without. And scaling things like cast speed would increase activation frequency further. So you'll want... Honestly, fuck, I want to say you want both, right? Roombinder is like a good bit out of the way, so it's like 7 to 8 extra points for things elsewhere. Oh. Wait, what? Honestly, I feel like it's an L if you're not using Runebinder on a brand build, but that's just me. Assuming we go right side. Oh, hey man. I wonder. Is there another way to get the room binder effect? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Is there a good unique that gives room binder? I don't know, branch. But isn't this 2x damage multi? Yeah, I feel like you just want this regardless. Ow! Ah. Nope. Oh, rip. Only Skin of the Lords. Oh, ooh, Skin of the Lords. It's cute. Ow. Hey, man. Ah, dish baby. Hey. Okay, shorty. Look at this. Dish baby. What are you doing, huh? Oh my goodness. At the timestamp? Did you see 1 mana left on Exile yesterday? No, I didn't. I'll have to see. For most brand, yes. Penance brand is weird. It's definitely worth it on Wintertide and Stormbrand. Penance brand is different how it works, and it's a bit weird. In like 800k current Ignite DPS, Runebinder adds like 35k with configs on. Really? Wow, what the fuck? Huh. So I guess that's like a test and see node. That seems kind of weird. Dish baby. Yeah. Oh my. You're testing right now? Just weird. No wonder it's called Penis Brand. It's weird. Oh, okay. Alright, let's see this. True, though. Oh. You love coffee? Oof. Penis Brand is the only brand that puts stacks on the enemy. So once it reaches 20 stacks, whether 1 or 2, it explodes and one brand goes away, the other detaches. That's such a weird mechanic. Honestly, oh, you know what? No. You still want it. 100%. If it adds the stacks faster, it's just better. Because you can quickly add the brands off once it explodes, yeah? So faster stacking is just better. So yeah, not taking Runebinder is an L play, I think. Maybe it's better without Swift Brand and using another support. Let me test that. Lance doesn't play Ivory. It's like saying Pox doesn't play Aura. Yo, this pause is perfect. Look at this unhinged face. You paused at the best part, yeah. Hey, Echo, come here. Hey. What the hell Connor looks like that? It's even better because he's using the scientific calculator and he's like just because right now with Swift brand, it's blowing up before you get the second brand down. Oh, is it that fast? Oh shit. You know what? No, isn't that better though? Like you just want it to be fast as fuck. Like the more activations you have, the better ignite you can fish for. I say all in all, Runebinder is a must. If the two penis brands like actually stack in tandem with each other on the enemy, that is. I say Totem is better than Brand this league. What Connor is about to say, he forgot about the server tick rate. Oh shit. Right. But if you can never get a second one down before it blows up, then it's no gain. Maybe. Yeah, that might be true. Oh. Ah shit. Ah shit. He's right.
Oh
Wait.
shit. Shimata.
Shibata. Damn. That's like me playing Impending Doom and forgetting that my computer is shit and I can't keep up with the server tick or my CDR being proper. Like even if everything's aligned, I just can't keep up with my damage. So my damage is like actually just dog shit. You still have a giggle whenever you hear that shit. Oh, he's pushing shit. That's why I suggested the name of the private league. Wait, this had to have been before he saw that exceptional support, right? There's no way he's not playing minions after he saw that support. I think Roombiter without Swiftbrand is the way, maybe. Good talk? Oh, I see. Gazzy was talking about Absolution. Oh shit. Paul is calling out Flicker. Oh. Damn. He's basically Fez right there. He's like, fuck, why are people fucking retarded? Ah. Multi-strike is a fun skill, what the fuck? Oof. If you enjoy balls. No kink shaming. Wow. Big two-hander with balls. Oh my god. I don't know why my build GDPS. Please. I'm sorry, whose terrible take is this? I don't know who is talking. Are you talking about right now? Ben? The Smite? Yeah, it's Ben. Hmm. I generally trust one of the best players in the game. Kinda, yeah. It's Ben, so speedrunner info, I'll let it pass. XD. Wait, no. Ooh. This. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. If Ben said whatever Fez says is dog shit and wrong, I would believe him. Oh, yeah. It's slightly Monka. I thought Slinky was about to shit talking Ben. Dang. Oh, no. He's dying. What? Oh, still saying exile. Damn, that's me. POB updated yet? Nope, not yet. Alright. So we have our cluster in. We fuck, we're one level. What can we take off? Yay! We're one level too high. Uh what do we do? You remember getting timed out in Steelmate just chat for a week? What the fuck did you say? You're a do what I say, don't do what I do kind of guy. God damn. Fuck, what do we actually take? Are we gonna have to take 5% though? What do we actually take off? We can't take off spell damage is lucky. Travel through the int node instead of two small life ES nodes on the right side. Saves a point. Lose some life ES. Oh, are you talking about this? Oh. Wait. Ugh. Fuck. Well, I guess we remove... this is such a juicy node. Why click the second node? Just the first one? Oh. Oh, you're right. We're still 96. Fuck. Wait. Yeah. What? Hmm. Do you have a lira or bandits? We have a lira. Though probably at level 95, we can probably help bandits at that point. And at that point, they'll probably have their resistances fixed, so maybe we can just put that on as a band-aid. Fuck. Fishy is bad at graph theory. Fishy needs better topology. I apparently need better everything. Hmm. Help bandits by killing every single one of them. Let's see. What did we miss? You're not seeing any activity on POB repo? Maybe they are waiting till League launch for all the info, I don't know. Because when we got the whole new skill tree, you told him it was up on the beta dev branch, and he kept trying to update and had a hissy fit. Kept trying to update normal POB. 98 mil DPS without replica abysses this time. You're proud of yourself? God damn. How tanky are you though? What the fuck? It's the most American way. God damn. Alright. We kill all. We are now... God, that feels so weird. It's kind of a lot of life to lose. Tanky? Who's that? Ah, shit. I'm sorry about this, but is the fire mastery for more exposure not good? No, it is good. I'm just limited by points. Like, super limited. Because this would actually be massive. Also, I assume you're getting... You're getting the same... are you actually chilling? Yep. We are actually chilling. Is the cold node good? This mastery itself, if you have any amount of cold damage, you will chill. So this cold mastery itself will just allows you to chill. So yes, we are chilling. You have to have some flat on the rings. You got that on rings? Yep. So any amount of cold will just allow you to do it. And honestly, the like the extra flat for everything is just good. It just raises your damage a bit. It shot him. 21k EHP, 6.5k Fizzmax hit is decent. That's doable. It's not bad, not bad. To be honest, Hatred shows it gives me better Ignite DPS because if Fizz has extra cold. Oh. Oh, interesting. I don't know if that's bait or not, but POB is giving me something to test. It might not be because any damage can build towards the Ignite, right? Also, Slinky, I was thinking this with the Vol Blade that has like the fuck ton of flat, and you Spell Blade, so you can have Battle Mage plus Spell Blade plus the Giga Flat from the weapon. Yeah, the rebuke of the Vol. The only problem is that you can't use Shield Charge. You don't have Shield. You're gonna have to use Leap Slam because it's a Scepter. But you can have a fuck ton of damage and a shit ton of flat because Battle Mage. And you're scaling spell damage, elemental damage. It's generic, so it helps, I think. Maybe spell damage doesn't help Ignite. It does help Ignite, but fire damage ends up being better for some reason. But yeah, it does help. I mean, if you have decent cast speed, you can just Frostblink or Wintry Blast. Ah, that is true. Our cast speed is not that great though. Like we don't really take any cast speed nodes. Mostly our cast speed is just for curses, and then any other cast speed is like kind of dog shit. But yeah, you need cast speed. So for you, that's true. And technically, if you are dual wielding, you can take nodes like these for block chance, which is nice. You don't have to go all the way down here for shit. So dual wield block chance is nice as well. So there's a cast speed dual wielding node near CI. That's true. Ooh, CDR for... Wait, no, that doesn't matter for Wintry Blast. Yeah, you just take that. Not bad. Most fast speed comes from Golem. If only there's a minion cast speed also applies to... that would be kind of OP. Yeah. So that lantern honestly looks pretty fucking good. I might just add this to the build for now. Renuke, rebuke. Rebuke of the Wall. Plus regular is instant, so helps with action speed slows. Usually do Wintry Blast plus regular together with Arcanist Surge, level 1 for extra cast speed regen. Makes sense. Ah, we can also change... Wait, what am I missing? So are my configs fucked? Wait, why is this not working anymore? Oh, fuck. Oh no, I put it in the cluster area. Fuck, bro. Ah, we're gonna have... Oh, fuck, I hate that. This is supposed to be the no cluster tree. Oh, wait. Okay, maybe we can do something about it. Oh, that's so annoying. What's a good skill to go with Totem? Winter Orb, Leap Slam? Flame Dash or Return? Ooh, Lightning Warp? Also on a real note, there's a Searing Bond of Detonation Totem shown in the item filters that wasn't part of the trans gems. So maybe there's an Explodey Totem coming? Rain of Splinters is still in game, right? I believe it should be. Real node. You think so, but you haven't played it in a long time. Not gonna lie, Freezing Pulse Totems might actually be good this league. With the new supports. Oh, maybe. It's not 2014. Just keep in mind that you can't use Frost Mage or Archmage with totems. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Freezing Pulse Totem, ED, Contagion. It's so 2014. Used it on Sanctum, was fucking amazing. Freeze everything. Fuck, bro. Can I rename this to fucking no cluster. Is there a way to rename loadouts? Like manage loadouts? Fuck. And why isn't this... Might be doing ice spear instead. Manage these nuts. What? What the hell? Ice spear slash freezing pulse swap. We really gained that much damage? What the fuck? Reminds me of our first private league. 100 Shaper, no Dying Sun. That bastard. Cluster has no cluster. No cluster has clusters. Master Peel Beer. True. Fuck. Oh. It's a mind over matter. Leap Slam Hierophant. Let's go. Hell yeah. Leap Slam. Was this the POB we were following, Londe? For Dennis's Sanctum Runner? Fuck, bro. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Take that. XDD. What the fuck happened to my damage? What the hell? Yo, what is happening? It's the configs, it has to be. Have you ignited, chilled? Oh, I forgot. I just realized Sadist is so much better if I shocked recently as well. Fuck. So maybe we don't use convergence. I'd have to see this on POB. Actually, left side might be better for you. Was similar. Yours was from Von Victon, if you remember correctly. Mine is spelled because no no mega blood is brick. What the fuck was that sound? Maybe it was your PC? Maybe? The fuck is this? Bro, it's so fucking funny that dual wield unique combo. Just do another passive cluster choice. I already know my full POB plus items off by heart. The uniques gave me like 500k ignite DPS. Holy. Yeah. Battle mage is pretty fucking OP. Just get lucky like me. What the hell's this? Ugh. My sanity. True. It was pain. Did I get you a Dying Sun in Settlers, or was it a different league? I forget. Bro, why isn't this working though? Okay, so Sadist is... Holy fuck. Sadist is doing like almost 9% damage. Oh, fuck. Okay. Funny enough. God damn, it's actually still better. Convergence is actually still better. Okay. Yeah, I guess we keep Convergence. 30% more is too good. Even with Sadist. We love Convergence. Echo, baby. What is this, huh? What you doing, huh? Being a cutie. Oh my goodness. I know I got him his Rain of Splinters after corrupting like 500 jewels. Shaper really needs those faces gone. It does. It needs to have those faces removed. It's just pretty terrible. Oh shit, Fish. We didn't drop the div card flask in Fishia 2.0. We fell off. We had it every other league / event. Oh. You might just have to anoint Searing Heat instead of pathing to it. Oh. Echo cutie. Yeah. Yes, baby. Yeah. What is... Hey. Oh my god. Plus, it always dropped when I was with you. Same with Swollen. Ah, hey, where are you going? The moment I turn on my camera, she leaves. Hey, get back here, you stinker. Oh my god. Hey, cutie. Oh my goodness. Come here. Oh, who this? Oh my goodness, she was so cute. Oh my god, you were so cute. Also, making a rule right now, it's mandatory to take incubators from me for everyone. Everyone must take. Oh, cutie baby. Ooh, wow. You know what? If the entire private league takes incubators and uses them all the time, the amount of overall loot we will have in the league will actually be really high. Even if it's dog shit loot that drops from it. Ain't no way I'm having 1.5 quad stash full of incubators again. Ah, we need to filter away the bad ones, though. Yeah, what is... Yeah. Cutie. Only bad ones are talismans. All others are / can be useful in private league. That is true. Yeah. Turu. Oh, that's right. Kill all. Bro, why is this not working anymore? This was working. This custom mod. Is it plus 50? Reduced effect of buffs granted by your golems. There we go. It had to have the S. Hey, what is cutie? You saw this comment on NG4 DLC, cracks me up. The only thing Ninja Gaiden 4 lacked compared to the other games in the franchise was a 9-foot tall demon woman designed with big boobies attached to a lot of other appendages, designed for people with questionable tastes. This DLC rectifies that. What the hell? Amen. Oh my god. Cutie. Okay, so this is no cluster, so we need to... Oh shit, we can use one. Honestly, we can take the fire. How I kind of hate that this is almost just as good as the cluster version. Almost better, really. Ah. Almost bought it. Turns out it was cracked already. Hey, what you playing with? You're saving up for Forza? Can't get derailed by Big Booba? Or can you? Oh shit, I need to save before Kitty Cat ruins stuff by being on my keyboard. You were gonna use HP yesterday? Didn't though, because you lost your USB stick. You bought when you got this PC. Uh-oh. What are you doing, Echo? Bro. Oh, this is not the right thing. You think you threw it in the trash by accident? You don't have another stick? Oh, Echo, you almost fucking crashed my stream. What the fuck? What am I doing? Okay. Okay, we need to add all this in. Okay, no cluster. And then cluster. So, since we have a cluster, we can take out Ignite Prolif. Swift Affliction, maybe? Either Swift Affliction... Hey, baby. Yeah, probably just Swift Affliction would be better. Oh, this cutie. Hey. Oh my goodness. Look at this cutie. Oh my. How you so cute? So, fish. Yes. New Siege season released yesterday. Oh, fuck. Ruh-roh. He's gonna be gone on League launch. No. You didn't sign up for the private league? Oh. Oh my god. Sign up right now. Just to get in. Rainbow Siege? Yep. Rainbow Six Siege. I thought it was Hero Siege. I was about to lose my shit. Oof. 14k matches played in Siege. Jesus. Man's a gamer. Lose your Shimata. Hey, where are you going? Huh? It's your chill out game.
Oh
Wait.
shit. Shimata.
Honestly, probably these can go away too. We need to have a loot filter with that on for sacred orbs. Oh shit. Or just Shimata. True. Dish baby. What is? Yeah. Audio is on Discord. Oh shit. If you need, we might. If we actually make a filter. Yes. Yeah, do you want this? You can play with that. Okay, now is this actually useful? Ooh. We lose a lot. Also, try the new Warlock DLC on D2R. It's alright, but doesn't justify the price tag. Upload it again. If you guys use your creativity on any activity on IRL, you might be a millionaire for real. Ah, classic. You know what? We will keep this. It's pretty good. It's kind of fucking fat. This, though. You can't even pin comments on Discord. No permission setting. That's kind of weird. Even though you're a mod. I guess default Discord mods just aren't allowed. Also, you say price tag. Ooh. Oh, Oh shit. Did you sail the high seas for it? Whoa. God damn. Five. Ah. Echo. Oh my god, she just opened up a million tabs. What the fuck? Bro. Echo, I did not need this many. A hundred fucking percent. Agent Echo, stand down. True. Oh. Yeah, this is just free. Okay, this is way better. Cutie. What use, huh? How you cute? Oh my. Yes. Oh my goodness. Meanwhile, one of my retarded dogs is sunbathing in the back garden. Yeah. You so cute. How? How are you so cute? Yes. Oh my goodness, she's so cute. Lance just dropped Keck of the Packed Gland. Oh shit, the block version? Let's go. Honestly, Relic of the Packed Glad is really fucking good, just because of the block. Holy shit. Just saw a clip of countries with the most nukes. They put JP on what? -2? What? That's toxic. Just 1 hour ago? Oh. I mean, that's basically just. Oh, you so cutie. Yeah. By the way, didn't JP have quite a big earthquake on the first? Did it? Fuck, I don't know. I wasn't there this time. -2 is diabolical. Oof. Just fucked up. I remember last time was you getting phone warnings. Oh, really? Fuck, was I getting Amber alerted on my JP phone? It's possible. Well, not Amber alerted, but, you know. I thought it's referring to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. No, I think he is. I think that is the joke. That's why it's -2. It is, yeah. Dish baby. I guess Londa's talking about a different shit, yeah. For the earthquake. When he lived in Japan. Mm-hmm. Different Shimata. Bro, I can't POB anymore. Kitty stole my arm, both arms. She's being a cutie. Like, look at this little shit. Oh my god. Mm. It's not even Shimata. You kind of want to go find your little shit and pet his ass. Damn. If I remember correctly, there was floods, but you said you're okay because you're higher up. Yeah, thankfully. Yeah, that was something else at that time when I was actually over there and getting the alerts. Man, that shit was loud. Oh fuck, are we chaos res camped? Wait, what? 21 members. Let's go. As loud as Dennis's background singing slash praying. Ah. Alright. Am I a left-handed computer gamer now? Alright, so these are still too good. Cluster. It's your hotel, dude. You just live on the eastern part of the hotel. It's like one house away from the mosque. Oof. Can't do shit about it. Sad egg. Okay, Woody. I was wondering why you haven't heard it in voice chat for ages. You're the only Chinese Christian here. Damn. Okay. Now, let's see. Since we changed this, deadly ailments, swift affliction, less duration. This guy. Okay, is it just me, or why is it that POB is so slow now to calculate supports and shit? Like, it takes fucking forever to open up this tab now. It used to be way faster, and you used to be able to like actually calculate shit. Memory leaks fish? Really? It doesn't for me? What? It's fucking really bad. Is it that bad? You doing a dot skill? Not using efficacy? Criminal. Hey Fisk, all up. Your PC is shit. God damn. Yeah, look at this. Like, it shouldn't be this much minus DPS. I think it thinks I'm taking off the support gem. No, it's not actually. Wait, what? What? Yeah, maybe efficacy might be better than Swift Affliction. We'll see. Click the empty spot, maybe, instead of the existing gem. No, you're trying to compare the gems between each other, and a lot of the time it doesn't even compare. It's had memory leaks for quite a while now. Funny enough, though, you only know Ni Hao in Mandarin. Your JP English is much better than your Mandarin. Usually just use the checkboxes and read the numbers yourself on the side. God damn it. Okay, this should be good. Now we need to make another POB for Rebuke of the Val. Whatever those chicks say in those Formula 1 sounds. Yamete? Or some crap. Formula 1 sounds. That means no stomp. What? Oh my god. I think Fishy knows what it means. He's a weeb after all? Oh my god. Thanks, Filthy Frank, for teaching me that. Oh, good old Filthy Frank. Stay in your place, trash. Okay. I think it's about as good as it gets. Alright, how long is our ignite? Is it shit? Woo! 2-second ignites. Though Swift Affliction does kind of delete it. You can say what you want about his methods. It's 10 years since those videos and I still remember it. Yeah, Filthy Frank was something back then. I wonder if I want to use Swift Affliction. I might want to. Wait, ignite chance. Oh, it's there. Huh. I wonder if this is actually even good to use anymore. Well, God, that one thing is fucking crazy, isn't it? Yeah. Never mind. Yeah, that's good. That's why I said annoying. Maybe. It's relatively cheap, isn't it? Huh. Cogwheels of Doom. Uh-oh. Unfixed. Wait, what? Isn't just you? We may get extra if belts are plentiful. That's true. Speaking of, I need to anoint this dog shit citrine amulet. Oh. A red ring of death. So it looks like it's present in both games. Anoint with Searing Flame, path the other way out of which... Oh, you mean over here? Yeah, that might not be so bad. I wonder what other Anoint we can get. You know what? Slinky. A really nice mapping option. Overcharge is actually pretty good. Skittering Runes, yeah, for Impending Doom, Skittering Runes is 100% the way to go. But for like an early cheap option, because this is 2 silvers and an opalescent. Well, I guess if you have 2 silvers, yeah. Yeah, it would have to be Skittering Runes. Ash, Frost, and Storm is your first anoint, actually. Sepia, Crimson, and Crimson. Ooh. Yeah, that's not bad. That is pretty good. You're just looking at PoE Ninja and checking what they're doing? PoE Ninja. Yeah, most of the time it's a Skittering Runes angle, especially for Impending Doom. Like this, it's too good. Heart of Darkness here. Heart of Darkness. Oh, Echo. Okay. Echo got tired of being too hot. Top Chaos. Wait. Oh, I see. For poison, yeah. But this is an Ignite version. This is your Atlas plan for League start? Oh, you're gonna be delving, Tito? Oh, wow. Chaos Spin doesn't help though, so it's just 30 chaos damage. Me and Tito meeting in the mines. Oh, we were talking about it yesterday. Did you decide on a build, Tito? Hmm. Honestly, Heart of Darkness is not bad, just because of the... Oh, it takes a prismatic? Oh, yikes, no. Yeah, nah. Yeah, it's gonna have to be Skittering Runes. It just feels so much better for Impending Doom. But Overcharged is actually quite good. For mapping, this makes you feel so tanky and just good. Because Frenzy and Endurance. Quite a nice option. Probably triple luck, block eviscerate. Triple lucky. Oh. Worst case, if you hate it, you can pivot. You'll be switching between heist and delve. Only go to map when you're out of that yellow cheese. Oh. Does elemental damage increase ignite like fire damage does? Yes, it does. That's why I take this cluster node, because it's, I mean, tiny, small, free damage, elemental damage. Ash Frost, and Storm might be good for your ignite too. Yeah, it's definitely good. As a cheap option, for sure. Honestly, we might just take this. And it's especially better because of your... If you do take this instead, it means your shocks are just better. So maybe. It gives you a shock chance. Pretty nice. Pretty fucking good. Yeah. This is a super good one. So early, it's probably Ash, Frost, and Storm. Later, Skittering Runes for sure. Are you dot cap yet? Getting dot cap on Ignite on Impending Doom is I don't even know if it's possible. Like, even with a level 35 Shakas. Well, it might be possible if you have, like, every single cluster. But you would be losing so much survivability and shit to do that. That's just not worth it. Okay. Why is it negative? Oh. If you don't need the ailment chance or increase, Divine Judgment is just better damage. Oh, are you talking about this thing? Ooh. Sepia Teal Black? Yo, that's actually really good, isn't it? Yeah, you're right. This actually does it would just be better for damage. That's quite good. That is a really good option. Oh no. My music. You're probably pathing there, so you don't need it, but might be nice for you early. True, true. Oh no, what is this? Oh my god. What the hell? You completing the full map with that atlas or just rushing the caches? Probably just open box and kill boss for self fight. Hmm? Can't you see? Hmm? You can run distracted play if you remove that dog shit bad thing. Ooh. Bro. I can't wake up. Oh no, he's laughing. I love how he laughs. With imbued gems, shouldn't I run a dual link setup with PB or D for single target and PB for clear? Huh. I wonder. I is penis brand of dissipation like actually still good with a single imbued gem? Both would technically be 6 length. Hmm. Did you seriously look up the FF version of this? FF version? Oh no. They BFF'd penance. Mm-hmm. Oh fuck god, why? Oh, Filthy Frank. Wait, did Filthy Frank actually do this? What is this? Wait, what? Oh. You forgot to minify it? It sounded so similar. Oh no. I mean, it's definitely a better single target thing. It does great damage, but doesn't explode like regular. Are you using 3.27? 3.28 is out? Wait, really? Is POB updated? Not the POB? Oh. Tito was talking to Londe. I see, I see. Oh shit, yeah. He's right. Damn. Wrong one. POBD has slower activation now, but each pulse gives more damage. And quality gives more damage now. So I'm thinking single target is still great. Hmm. Might have got to 3.27. You use his Atlas link. Oof. Damn, he got scammed. Okay. Okay. Now. Copy. We take out Swift Deflection. Ah, is it actually just worse? They removed the percent damage with hits and ailments from normal penance too. Eek. Oh god, no. Somebody stop Microslop. Maybe you'll be good enough with that change. Windows 12 could be released as early as this year and will be modular OS, meaning users will have the option to add or remove features, aiming to provide more flexibility. Oh. No. What? Wait, it's not... huh? Wait, so they're adding... They're allowing people to choose what features they want? I mean, while that's, like, good, that's, like, also fucking terrible at the same time. Just testing right now in standard. Single target doesn't feel great. Uh-oh. You're still using Windows 10? Same. It's more of a bosser. Charging ahead without a boom boom will get you killed though. You're talking about a dual 6 link item, so you penance brand for clear, then penance brand of dissipation for single target, so you get boom. You know what else is modular? Linux. Ooh. I mean regular penance brand for busing to rack up that insane ignite. It's a very popular ignite build. They ain't doing that knowing Microsoft. It's just a cover up for more AI shit. It's possible. Wait a sec. Egg night. Egg. This should be fine. Hello, this is Microsoft. Anyway, I'm set with my dominating blow. Oh, Microslop. I guess PB does have higher base damage and better effectiveness. Maybe the removal of the less will make it feel okay. Maybe. Why does Linky have to put Bleed Shield Crush into my head? Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Not good. Why is this fucking terrible? You're perfectly happy with one-hand Bleed Slam? One-hand Bleed Shield Crush, though. Ooh, Winby. Will the Ghost Ride, the Zerker build work if you want to play a new sweep with the same shell? I honestly don't know what build you're talking about. I'm sorry, Winby. You know how you can trigger Slinky? Absolution. Watashi no uta wa doko desu ka? Oh, gomen gomen. XDD. What the hell is this? Oh god, is this a new song from them? I've heard that before in one of my videos. This one? Oh, no, no, no. No problem. I don't see why not. E-Blade? If anything, E-Blade, like, got a buff, right? Yeah, you're not really stacking in, so you should be fine. Hey, BG Buzz. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I think this'll work just fine, Winby. I mean, this did get, like, what, slightly nerfed, but you'll still be fine. Thank you, sir. No problem. Honestly, Energy Blade still looks really fucking good. It's kind of crazy. It only triggered me the other day because I was testing minions, and every time I had a question, Fish was like, just play Absolution, even after I said no 6 times. Just play Absolution, it's better. XDD. Zish was talking about Bleed, Bone Shatter. Oh no. So based, I applaud. BS bleed is fine. There was a math guy who showed that Bone Shatter of complex trauma was the highest bleed DPS. Hello. Interesting thing you're doing here? Listening to interesting music is what you're talking about, or something else? You want the Goat of Templar start minions pre-absolution? Holy Flame Totem plus Phantasms. Oh, the Doomblast Ellie. I see. Doomblast fun. Probably the POB bud. Fish Oblivious. Ah. Now you want the Goat of Templar start minions pre-absolution, Holy Flame Totem plus Phantasms. You haven't touched anything but Templar and Marauder for 2 years. God damn. That's pretty good. Okay. Oh, that's right. We were doing the Battle Mage one. So why is the Battle Mage not doing, like, any damage? With the meta shifting, are you sure you still want to go suppression, though? Yeah. Like, it's technically kind of free. It'll just feel nice, relatively. Having spell suppress is better than not. But, I mean, block is not a bad way to go either. Suppression is easier to do on Witch as well, especially in Private League, League Start. Witch block is Despair early. Yeah, because you can't really get that much block, sadly. You can get a lot of spell block, but not the block that matters. Unless you get like a, a Red Dream or something. Or Red Nightmare, was it? You said this is a Witch block enjoyer. Also, Cord Belt can get you some easy suppress cap. Cord Belt. Cord. Wait, Cord Belt. Which belt are you talking about? Suppress? If you want a dot cap, just Blade Fall, Blade Blast. Oh. When I played Poison Blade Fall, Blade Blast before, man, it felt really good. Want to know something that's going to be so free? Poison SRS again. Going to be faster to high dot cap. Oh, shit, you're right. It probably would be. Yeah, Poison SRS is really fucking good. Like, just mechanically, Poison SRS is fucking crazy, right? And it's just a good skill. The new Anoint belt. Ah, that's true. Drops from Blight. With the new minion support. Just a heads up, Fisk will always push Bladefall, Blade Blast like you do Wintertide. Do not take the bait. Well, the funny thing is, Slinky, Bladefall, Blade Blast isn't bait. It's actually good. And it scales way better than fucking Wintertide. The belt where we will replace your Stygian until you get a Wristlothos. You're so tempted to go Bladefall, Blade Blast, Pathfinder. But then you saw the hit on Mamba, which was your fallback, so you ain't doing that. Really? I mean, Bladefall, Blade Blast by itself is really strong. And it's cheap as fuck too, to get it off the ground. You got Anointed, then Synth it. Oh god, that's true. Fuck, that's true. That's so stupid, how good that is. You haven't seen any good reason to go Poison SRS over the animate weapon version, not gonna lie. Oh, are you talking about Chains of Command, or... Fish, Bama's gonna be fucking amazing. More max minions. Oh, shit. Wait, what specific supports does Bama use? Because depending on because it takes a support, right? Animate weapon of raised arms. Ah. You wonder if it's going to be hard to do Archmage Shock Nova on the Hierophant on SSF in New League. I wonder. It shouldn't be that bad. I know. You just came from a Bladefall Minor Man. Ooh. I see. It's a percentage of the original number, so you'll need 51% on an awakened gem to get +1. Huh. How about Atsiri? Is it a bad idea to try her? Oh, on Bama specifically? You can farm her, but Pledge of Hands also comes from a div card. which you can technically farm on Act 9. The Pact. Yeah, Pledge of Hands is kind of a good one. The Pact, yeah. Alright, now why is this just worse? Huh. So it might be because I have so much flat anyway, so Rebuke of the Vow is not really needed. Man, is Swift Affliction that insane? But why Act 9? On the card page, there's the Quay mentioned. Meant Act 8. Quay is correct. Not to sound obvious here, but don't you need Impending Doom linked to your curse? Yes. That is correct, because this is where we get it. It's the Foulborn version. But yes. I'm stupid, sure? No. It is what it is. Damn. So is this version kind of Pepeg? I can't even put Rebuke of the Vow in here. Like, it's actually just not good. You just have less damage. Yeah, that's just bad. Okay, Mr. Typos every other sentence. Whoa, he's making fun of my disability. Oof. Control destruction, since you're not going crit, I imagine. Control destruction. Control. Oh, I see. I'm silly. Hmm. Hmm. 1% chance to crit. Oh my god. Woof. Yikes. Oh. Wait, no. Wow. Interesting. Wait, what? Fez got his messages deleted. What happened? What the hell is this? Oh, you vanished. I see. Go make elemental overload worse. Yeah. That was usually the case. If you didn't go crit, get that free damage. I guess. Damn. Okay, so Spellblade. Spe Man, how is it actually worse though? Because this is both Battle Mage. I guess I just don't have enough increases. And this Void Scepter's like actually kind of cracked. Oh. Wait, that was a better version of this. True, Spellblade with this setup is nice for me. Obviously, you're having issues. Yeah. I thought I'd get a lot more damage, but apparently not. Apparently rare is just better. Which is weird because Rebuke of the Val is like actually cracked, and it's enough to get me to... I don't know why I'm losing damage. Maybe it's just the multi that's fucking me over. I want to make a joke, but I don't know if I can. You can make any joke here. Any joke possible. You wonder how long it will take to get 9 cars? And then the Hell of 6 link on PoE1? The removed message was a hard R. I see. Oh, cards. I see. In privately, get all of us to farm it for you. The power of friendship will get us the card ASAP. How rare is that card? You actually have no idea? Row. Not good. Wait, what did I have before? Deadly ailments. Oh, Unbound would actually... I see. It was just something you were thinking of doing if you played the build. Are you 100% Ignite chance? Shaper Flame, so yes. Yep. Because Kinetic Ignite is not the same as you will. Yep. It isn't you will, it's all damage ignites. Hits always ignite, all damage can ignite. Yeah. So it's not that then? Yeah. I think it's just the fact that the weapon has like all the fire damage, the multi as well. And that, I guess that just trumps out all of the flat that you get. Huh. Maybe it's because they're all tiny hits, and Ignite can only be one Ignite? Well, that's the thing. With Ignite, you will always be fishing for the highest Ignite, because the Ignite variance is like fucking ridiculous. Where did it show the variance again? Look at this. Ignite DPS, and this is with mostly chaos damage. It's fucking 2 million range down to fucking 6.5 650k. Like, how is that even possible? With lightning, it's even worse. Is cruelty not good for you? Right, is your range worse than mine? I'm lightning damage. Um, your range should be worse than mine, to be honest. Yours is... Wait, really? Oh. Wait, are you using Rebuke of the Vow, Slinky? Yes, okay. That's probably why. Because Battle Mage and Spellblade. So you're getting all the different flat types. So it's not pure lightning damage. Though technically you mostly have lightning damage. So you should be having a higher variance. Which is so weird because chaos damage doesn't have a high variance. Like look at this. Fair, you stink though? Wow, fuck you. Like, look, this variance is like there's almost no variance, but how the fuck is the ignite like this? They need to fix this shit. It's so dumb. Here's a funny thought though, then. Archmage. Hmm. Honestly, a mana stacker ignite could be interesting. Ah man, if there was a way to get like lucky damage on this, it'd be so nice. Is there a way to get lucky damage anywhere else? What's the lucky lightning? Ash? Ashes? No. It was Ash something. Amulet. No? Wait, it's not Ash? Oh, it's Voices of the Storm. I see. Hmm. Is there any other, like, generic lucky? I don't need it for lightning. I mean, it's not better than Ashes, but you might not have Ashes. Hmm. Anyway, you got raid. Good luck on League Start, AA. Alright. Thanks for hanging out, Fisk. See you later, dude. G fucking G. Hmm. Well, in that case, the Battle Mage version is dog shit. Fuck, you're getting Alzheimer's? How could I forget you started a brew? Oh. Why is your Battle Mage worse than mine? I'm not sure. I'm not sure why I'm getting fucked on my Battle Mage version. I do not know. You're made of tea. You shouldn't be able to forget. You're not an elephant, though. Not that we know of. This Battle Mage is smaller. Yeah, I'm not sure why. Shift key size. Ah, shit. Wow. We have 18 chaos res? That's actually kind of good. Can you show me your calcs page? Here you are. Huh. I wonder if you have more totals. You have so much less increased. Fair enough. Just damage. What's your increased actually? You have more though. Mm. What's your increased at? You increase? Ooh, 750. Okay. What's your total more? More's 273. Really? Oh. Oh, actually, what's your effective dot multi? But using the same POB slash items? No. He's doing a different one. 2.65. Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah, the only really good item in this is the Void Scepter. We're using similar stuff, but different. Just comparing notes mostly. Mm-hmm. Oof, man. Taking Sadist and not taking Shaper of Storms feels like a gigantic L. Yeah, also with Lightning Golem stacking, which he cannot do. Wait, how many Lightning Golems are you doing? What's on your clusters? So we have Sadist and Prismatic Heart. And then Wasting Affliction and Fan the Flames. Light as in not much golem stacking, just a little golem stacking. Oh, I thought you said lightning golem stacking. I was like, wait, what? So not like 60 plus primordial jewels. Discord welcome channel. Uh-oh. Message hidden by likely spammer. Mods on the clusters itself? Oh. Wait, are you talking about like these suffixes, or think you're gonna do a fresh POB and see what you get? Good luck. Cluster mods don't matter. You get like one small node. Oh, I was wondering if you need an eye level 84. I see. Yeah, we don't. I think the one I need is like a it's either sub eye level 50, an eye level 50, or an eye level 68. Sub eye level 50 is actually the best. Cause rolling fucking fire clusters are the worst. You aren't doing multi-element. Sadist isn't great. Try another notable, unless Shaper of Storms. Funny enough, even with just chill and ignite, I think it actually beats out most clusters in terms of damage. The only thing it probably won't beat out is the burning one that has like, so it still works better, yeah. Like way better. Man, losing out on the shock though is so sad. Have you tried a fire cluster? Anything good on there? I mean, this is literally a fire cluster. The best one for damage is Sadist. Like, hands down. There's nothing better. You can do an elemental one, but to be honest, an elemental one would probably be easier to roll. Because fire clusters are, like, obscenely hard to roll. Especially in SSF. So getting this cluster is going to be hard as fuck. Medium cluster is easy as hell, though. You forgot to look at the time. Row. I thought it was a generic elemental. I see. Alright. Nice, so we ain't got to do simu to get you your clusters? Yeah. We do not. 30 minutes till Jung? Oh shit. Okay. Let's save this. Let's get rid of Battle Mage, because Battle Mage is like actually trash for some reason. Yeah, we just delete. There's a lot less mods on regular elementals, so it has Sadist. And it has Sadist and Prismatic Skill, so definitely easier. Yeah. And the tags on it, I think, are better on the elemental one. BRB until the interview. Gonna take a walk. Get fat, guy. Oh, you're getting fat. By the way, it doesn't have to be Fire Cluster. You can roll them. Oh, you mean like with Fracture? If we fracture one, is what you mean? Oh. Oh, that's right. We can roll them into different types. Even without the fracture. Oh, that's right. It can just be like any 8 passive. That's so good. Holy fuck. That makes it so much easier. Yeah, that's so good. Beautiful. Fire damage, cast speed. That fire cluster is nice for you since you're going Roombinder. Makes sense, yeah. It's just there. Fire plus AoE. Alright, that's pretty good for damage. Someone's mad. Uh-oh. This is my last attempt that I seek help. Seek from higher staffs, then law support and help desk support. Ruh-roh. Believing that higher staffs than the subsidiary of a subsidiary help desk will read an even higher than the customer legal support. This and that you are not on board with help desk staff bullying players. I urge you to pay attention to what's happening there for the past months to avoid this issue and others involved that in good faith I choose to not disclose to move further. God, the way this reads is so fucking bad. His last post on the thread made me laugh. Oh no. And since that I see that the help desk isn't being transparent with what they are doing and how they are doing customer service to their supervisors. Wait, what? To their supervisors, I imagine you. I respectfully ask that you take this issue seriously from a customer that has had the last drop of it. Since the law customer support of yours replied neither of my last 4 emails over the months, I see no other way to communicate this peacefully while I'm still being advised to do so. I am available for further communications by email if necessary. I'm also the player that tracked by his own... Huh? Also the player that tracked by his own and informed your help desk about so many allegedly law-breaking issues before, during, and a little after PoE 2 release that could bring you some headache. That was before they started behaving to me as they don't want to serve a customer, that they are above the law from all countries you provide a service. Yikes, bro. Kind regards, a true PoE1 player, a true Undawn player, a true Throne and Liberty player. Hashtag praise Tencent. This has to be a troll post. He has literally said nothing in this entirety of the fucking thread. Wasn't sure if it was pure bait or just being a sped. Honestly, this reads like a troll post. It also reads like someone isn't native to the language and is using a translator app. That's possible too, because it reads fucking poorly. I hope the last issue I presented to help desk gets fixed by tomorrow at best. The rest, I will wait for superiors arrange a staff behavior improvement with a short patience. He redeemed the English language hard. Unfortunately, this is not something we can assist with via forms. If you have not done so already, please contact us by support. Alright. We are done talking. I'm afraid that my last contact to your support mentioned has passed 19 hours and still no reply. Since there's nothing that a higher staff can do, as I mentioned that this post was directed to them. No you. I'm afraid there's nothing left to talk. We are done talking. Bro, this reads so bad, and he's literally said nothing. He's just alluding to potential legal issues. Check account. Damn it. I wanted to see his fucking characters. What the hell? God damn it. Of course. Sadeg. Okay. Now, do we go in standard and check about making this character? Deadlock spotted? Oh, the Deadlock's a good game. Yep. Deadlock, good game. Play it. Why is it taking so long? Ooh. Monka. Cache cleanup. Oh my god. Nice border. Hey. God damn it. Windows 10 gaming. How long is this case gonna take? In the meantime. Alright, what other things can we add? Replica? Not amulet. Ring. Replica Amber Rake. Wow, Replica Amber Rake doesn't actually do much, eh? Huh. What if? Summoning Skitterbots for shock. It's so much reduced duration. Yeah. Honestly, Replica Emberake is even made worse for our archetype because Defiled Forces is dead, so it makes it terrible. Man, okay, so I guess... What was that fucking ring again? The Taming. Yeah, Taming goaded. Honestly though, Skitterbots might not be so bad. Skitterbots might actually be a really good idea. Just for pure damage. You can use... Oh, but you'd have to drop, like, Grace or something. Fuck, you forgot the client text doesn't migrate across new PCs? Oh, shit. So, Malevolence, Flame Surge, Wave of Conviction. Man, we're so socket starved. Taming also gives extra ailment chance. Yours from 2015, if you remember correctly? And like 15 gigabytes? Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. How much was Skitterbots? Skitterbots was 25%? Oh, it's 35%. Oh. Huh. Using hatred is more and more likely a great call for me. Gives cold damage for chill and everything. Maybe. That is pretty damn good. 35% though. Oh shit, wait, does this even work with Sadist? Because the Skitterbots are essentially shocking. You are not shocking. Does it even work? I mean, it is good damage because it's shock, but... Well, essentially it doesn't really matter. Like, if you shock, it's gonna be good, right? It's just damage. Also, Fish, have you been testing your POBs with the +1 level support? Oh. I wonder. The thing is... Well, I guess that is true. Even like a level 1 efficacy is actually like kind of good. Like kind of really good actually. Huh. Wow. Yeah. That's actually really good. Because for Impending Doom, you don't need a +1 level to your curse. It does nothing. Especially the Ignite version, because the one you cast with is useless. And it's actually not being applied. So if I take this off, my damage is actually higher. Say this is Giga Juice for you, though. I wonder what supports will be available. That's... I'm assuming... Oh... Oh, goddamn. I'm assuming it's like every single support in the game that's just thrusted into the pool, right? Like, what if an efficacy actually shows up? God, that's a lot of damage. Even level 1. That is quite juicy. So if anything, this is actually a huge buff for impending doom. At least on this side. Efficacy would be the best. You wonder what's supposed to be available though, because you ran into an issue where inspiration can be used on Wintertide, but POB DB doesn't show it as a support for Wintertide. Oh. But you did release your update for it. You're playing a different .brand elementalist build. Some people ask me for my thoughts on Penance Brand Ignite, so you're testing it out. Oh, interesting. Wait, so... Huh. The DB will actually show you which ones you can use? Really? Huh. I wonder if the system will be smart. You did release your update for it? You're playing a different brand. I saw your update vid and thinking of league starting it. In the private league, you have played it before, lots of fun. But it doesn't show them all, so I wonder if it's an internal list. That isn't 100% accurate though. Oh, okay. Damn. It's very good. Your wife is going to be playing it too. If you do it and ever have questions, feedback on the guide, feel free to let me know. I had feedback on the guide and the DPS sucks. DPS sucks. Yep. Bro has the same damage as your Ignite Impending Doom right now. And that's with one brand. Suspicious. You're gonna have 3+ Winter's End buffs. Heck you. Susk. Well, what can we even tweak about this right now? I guess the only thing that we can do is like add, you know, rings and shit. Extra stuffs to add. Ooh. Tweak how awful that tree looks. You're gonna have the same looking tree, funny enough. Well, similar. Oh, we need to make... Okay, let's make a new loadout. Cluster, copy, cluster, unique. Fuck. And then it's gonna fucking duplicate my shit. Yeah. And then we need to fucking delete this one. You going left side, so different. The hanging suppress node is XDD. Nah, it's fine. Actually, I wonder, how much is this? Is this 39% spell suppress? Holy fuck. Your build will never go from one side to the other. You say that your most successful build was Sabo going to left side of the tree for mace nodes. Mace nodes? Really? Static Strike? Tawa? Taoho? Sabo? Intriguing. They should add gateway clusters to go from one side to the next. Oh my god. That would be so overpowered. Holy. 4-meter radius. Yeah. Yeah, this doesn't matter. Just one overlap. It used the Tahoe's felling maze to stack static strikes over and over, since the Mirage's static strikes stay for the full duration, and Sabo can double the effect of Tahoe's since it's a spell, a triggered spell. Oh, interesting. That's pretty OP. Oh shit. Chilled. 10, 5. Oh shit. Unironically, Yoke of Suffering would be good for me too. That is true. Yoke of Suffering would be kind of good. Ah, it's not a ring. Yeah, that's quite strong. Ooh, well, that's actually really good for Sadist. Huh. You have dinner for us tonight? You haven't eaten lunch yet, though? Oh, shit. What is it, babe? Am curious. Why is the Ignite DPS fucking non-existent? Just some subs? We had a drug wrap today. Oh. Hoggies. Thanks for bringing, babe. Eh. Oh, it's because I don't have the skills. XDD. God damn it. Put this in there. God, having to do this is so cringe. Which one am I missing? Delete. Oh, that's why. CFF. CFF. What? Mm, mm. The fuck am I missing? Oh, what? Oh, because of the exposure type. Holy. God damn. Is that just because of the fucking ring? Good God. Wait. What? What the fuck has changed? You have 5 gems in your hat? Hell yeah. I'll take it. Mm-mm-mm. Thank you. Take that out as well. XDD. Just have bigger damage. Yep. Hey guys, this is a build guide. Just have a 5 link helmet. Well, technically 6 link. Easy. Alright, let's see. That is correct. Why does it feel like the damage is lower, though? Snoop Bay headhunter buffs and config. What is this? Oh. It's incredible. Oh. Is it enabled? I see. So this is with... No, this isn't with. Okay, so we put taming on. Boom. Big damn. What else can we put on? Is there... Even... Oh, you know what's a really good ring? Not the pyre. Fuck, what was that ring? Covered in ash? Yeah, that ring. Fuck, what was that ring? Pewy ash ring. Polaric devastation? That's the one. Yep. Polaric devastation would be correct. Yeah, it's like stupid good. Fuck. Can you stop trying to take my items? It's literally an ignite item, sir. XDD. And then covered in ash. OP. Just get these. Yep. And funny enough, because of that, we're gonna have to have flat cold to spell damage, funny enough, on the weapon, so we're gonna have to put... Where the fuck is my Void Scepter? Just add modifier. Cold damage to spells. saber. Oh, massive. Okay. What else do we want? Obviously, a better fucking, you know what? Maybe a lightning coil would actually not be so bad. Ooh. Oh, it's armor evasion type. I forgot about that. Nah. Maybe an all unique build isn't so bad, Chad. True. It's just not so bad. Yeah, we're probably just gonna have to go with a necrotic armor. Fuck. Body. Evasion, yes. So we would want, obviously, just max out this. Fucking do there, stun. Mine uses 2 uniques. Damn. Chance to suppress. Let's go with like tier 10 or something, like just a crafted level of suppress. Could go for like fucking reduced. Chaos res. Fucking dog shit. Add to build. Wow. One is easy as fuck to get. One is a pain on league start. The taming. Dawnbreaker and taming. Boots. Hmm. What else can we use for this? Also, note to self, get at least 1 physical damage on gear. Oh, to be able to leech? Or... For the bleeding wheel. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Yeah, what am I saying? Leech? XDD? Addition not correct. Specifically cornered prey. There's this thing, yeah? Yeah. It's really good. Polaric Devastation, Opal. It's just free crit plus crit multi. Yeah, it's so good. Alright, we make a better shield. Evasion ES, maybe? Yeah, suppress. What's your ignite duration? It's very short. Just a sec, let me make this item real quick. Actually, it should save, yeah. Yeah, it's short as fuck. 2.5. Yikes. Also, your trees show free. Warden plus knockback on crit. Yours is at 4. Was wondering what people aim for. At some point, I hear you can get to 10 seconds, like abouts, but technically you do want faster, ignite to just have more damage. Because faster ignite is just better. Knockback is mainly for the legions, because some of them are rippy as fuck. Ooh. 3.4 with faster ignite wheel by which now? Nice, nice. Did I say 5? 3.4. You're back? Welcome back. Has it started? Oh, the Jung. We forgot about Jung. Yeah, we forgot XDD. Is he live on? Fuck, bro. We completely forgot. Uh-oh. Oh no. Balani strike. Oh wait, fuck. I have to do this on fucking Chrome. Ooh.
Least craft those in Bestiary. And I was like, I guess I can start doing it that way too. Not really think about the mechanics, and I kind of mess with
Balani
that.
strike makes
He's like,
ritual
it's
easy
right,
as
right?
fuck.
Like, I
Freeze,
think
Horfrost.
I'm always. I mean, I don't like to reference Pomia too much, but
Please
like,
be Andrew. Octavian
Moneyball
and
was such a
Andrew.
great move.
More Andrew and Octavian.
And I think anytime you can distill things down and
It was
simplify
confirmed with them in
and
forums.
reduce mental load, whether in like gameplay or in build making, it's kind of OP, right? I don't like the stacker thing for that reason.
What the hell?
So you going stacker again? Is that what you just announced to your whole stream? You finally picked your build?
Oh,
I'm playing Grey Wind this league. I mean,
Grey
almost
Wind.
certainly Grey Wind. I don't think there's much of a chance I get away from that. It's like more fun than playing ES, and I like Assassin. I haven't played right side in a while now. I've been kind of stuck on this.
Can you turn up when it's live,
meta build
please?
for a while. I don't know. I think
Is this good?
when I popped out, it's really interesting because like the end game content is very like questionable, right? Like, what are you really trying to farm for? We used to farm like, what does your character look like? How's it strong? But increasingly, it's about specialization. Like, are you setting up your character for what X content, how do you do that best? And it's like if I want to do like Baldos early and stuff, I think like lifestack could be decent. I'm a little bit worried about budget, because sometimes on leagues I'm actually kind of poor, but then I realize all the leagues in which I look at a day 2 POB and I'm like, oh, I have like maybe like 200-300 divines on that character. It's because I've been sick and then I would only play for like 10 hours. But if it's like if I'm not sick, it should be fine.
Only play for 10
and
hours
I
when
would make
he's
a really cool
sick.
character, showcase some stuff. Maybe see,
Oh
maybe it'll
my
flop.
God.
Like I don't know. I haven't tested anything. It's been a hard pre-league, right? This is
All right, let me ask you a question, right? Because you're obviously running back softcore trade because you're talking about hundreds of
Before
divines.
Andrew says,
What made
I looked
you
at KF and
go
nerfed
so
it.
heavily? Like I think the last 3 leagues now you've started softcore trade and tried to lead the academy
God
there.
damn.
Like, what made you invest so much more heavily into SC trade than kind of your SSF or HC trade days of kind of last year? Because you go in peaks and troughs, right? At the moment, you seem to really be on your SC trade era.
I don't think I've gone hard in economy ever. Pre-show would be the closest thing, but it was more just I want to make a character. I think.
Do you think softcore trade gets you closer to winning a gauntlet? That's my question for you. That was like I feel like I'm gonna run out of time to get to the end of the question.
It does need nerfing though.
So I'm curious.
Honestly, it probably does.
I'll put it this way. And this is probably the last thing we'll say before GG gets on. I think that when I got COVID and then had lingering COVID symptoms and then went away for a year, but might have been carrying a certain, viral matter in my body, and then I met Ben at the Alpha podcast at the Alpha release for PoE2. That was more productive in terms of increasing my chances of winning Gauntlet than anything else that I've done. Even though he didn't get sick. If he did, that would have been my best chance. Maybe next time.
That's pretty good.
But yeah, let's go check in with GG now. I'm gonna go on OneSource and do some audio tests.
Okay.
Oh
God. And let's go here. I'm gonna turn Discord off for a bit, and I'm gonna skip calls. Cool. I'll check sources too. What's good, dude? Couch is crazy.
All right.
Yes, you're a little quiet.
Oh, we can't hear him. Ask about Cobra Lash.
You're quiet.
Uh-oh.
I have you guys at 200 already. I think you guys should turn up the mic side if you can. There shouldn't be gain problems.
Oh no. Now his audio is fucked. No. Oh, what did the... Oh. They're sitting on the couch. Oh shit. But no audio is here. Oh no. Feet. Oh. You thought you muted by accident? Nah. Damn. Jung is fucking up. Schniffer. I'm hiding Andrew's giant caca right now. For your guys' sake.
1, 2, 3.
There we go. What is happening?
Hopefully not super echoey and loud.
No, that sounds good. Yeah. All right, let me just get my last pieces here, and we should be all good to go. I gotta line them up. I do everything manually, guys. It changed. All right,
Watching the
there we go.
mastermind that is Jung create his stream this is peak entertainment.
You know what they say? It's not about this. No, wait, that's not right.
Jung can stay silent.
We're focused
that's
about
fine.
the content stuff. What's up, guys? Octavian Andrew, hello. You guys good? You guys
Hello?
hear me all
Hello?
good?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Amazing.
Okay.
Welcome to the first EP of Take the Bait with me and Spawn. I thought I'd be able to take the chance to introduce you guys again shortly. I know that you guys got introduced recently. It was Iz's pod, but yeah, are we all good for that?
Sure.
Sounds good.
All right, so formerly described as the bedrock of PoE1 by Octavian, and similarly described by secret, well-respected informants as the GOAT,
They're
my
kinda quiet
GOAT,
with 200%.
and base savior, responsible for a lot of the major work on Path of Exile 1 these days. This is Andrew. It's someone I would love to hear more about, more gloat and glaze, a little bit behind the scenes, but can't wait for the future. And our second guest today is Chris Octavian, renowned amateur League of Legends caster from the time when I was playing amateur League of Legends too. You could call us actually both former amateur content creators. On the reel, I've watched a ton of your casting reel from back in the day when I used to scout for NACS, and he's actually one of the most underrated PoE build makers back in the day. I've stolen your Rainbow Trapper as inspiration for 2 races actually in the late 3.1s. Remade that on a quiz. Saw the old Krima Necro stuff that I really liked back in the day too. I know Rise was part of that as well, but really underrated from back in the day, and can't wait to be talking to you here today. Welcome, guys.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, that's a deep cut, man.
I mean, the content, it was actually a smaller world than I remember back then too, but maybe we can get into that a little bit.
Oh no! It's buffering!
You know, there's some cross-cutting stuff, as you know, Spawn's a caster these days, and or it was.
I'm not a caster these
was
days. I was a
previously, my
caster
bad.
7 years ago. So
It's like
that's
these
good.
days,
Yeah.
man. So our podcast called Take the Bait. A lot of our questions we've already we've talked briefly about what we might want to cover, but at the same time I want to kind of start with something that you guys can choose to engage with or not. I think it's just something I've been curious about. You guys both work mostly on the PoE1 game, right? Almost exclusively.
Why did it feel like he was gonna like meme on them for a
At this
second
point,
there?
yeah, we're exclusively on PoE1. I mean, both of us have jumped between the 2 games over the years we've been here at the company, but yeah, as of the last few expansions, I've been only on PoE1. I think Andrew has too.
Yeah, I think generally maybe from like that period of like 2020 up until like 2024ish, I would have said I was exclusively on PoE1, and then in the lead up to like 010 and PoE2's release, I was flicking back and forth a bit. But I'd say now I'm back on PoE1 solely.
Amazing. So then do you guys think that PoE1 is the best ARPG on the market right now because you guys work on PoE1, or do you guys work on PoE1 because it's the best ARPG on the market right now?
Well, I don't really think of ARPGs as like best and worst. I play all of them generally, except
Look at his
strangely, I've never played
humongous
Diablo 2.
balls. Oh my.
But I plan to play it
His
at some
pants are
point.
gonna explode.
I'd say my favorite historically might have even been Grim Dawn or over Path of Exile 1, but it's pretty close between those 2.
Ooh, Grim Dawn.
See, I'm a far less
What the
educated gamer
hell?
when it comes to this department. I'm very much a very
Genes
singular
can't
kind
contain.
of person. Like I have an obsession and I focus on that to probably the detriment of a lot of other things.
Gross,
so, like, I've really
Andrew.
not played
Wha-
very many other ARPGs. Like when I go to play a video game, it's usually Path of Exile or like 1 or 2 other games. I just don't have a lot of breadth when it comes to that.
Yeah. I think I'm actually the same as you. Like I've had very limited
Wait, why are y'all
ARPG experience
shitting?
outside, and I think like
on
actually over the past
GD?
couple of years, seeing a lot of convergence and cross-cutting from the 2 PoE games has been unreal now. And like
Grim
it's like
Dawn's
once upon a time when they said
trash.
like, yeah,
Oh no! Why is his stream dying? Ah, what the fuck?
Little people and your struggles. Why do you continue
Ah.
to fight it? We will not.
Ah, my ad block is not working. And it's World of Warcraft, of course. Why don't I see Doc Leaves here? Well, I guess they're not getting the same ad, but...
Wingstop lemon pepper all flats? Lemon pepper all flats.
Lemon pepper wings.
Tastes so good.
What the fuck is this trash? I don't know. It's better than PoE 2 at least. Add solutions. Wait, what? Ooh. Yo, that's kind of based. Might actually need to use that. Most of Jung's viewers are getting Gooner Game ad problem. Oh, Gooner Game ads. It's how you block ads.
Mechanics are like, hey, this cool thing exists in 2. I want to bring it to 1. Versus, hey, let's design something that's going to go into both games simultaneously.
Oh, what
Rarely
what
is
did we
something
miss?
designed with the intention that it cross pollinates into both games. I say rarely, like I can't think of an example. Often it's, you know, this is a cool thing that has been in one of the games or the other and has been, you know, has shown through battle testing, so to speak, that it's something either players like or we like, or hopefully both. And why not adapt it? You know, if it's a good idea and we can adapt it to one game or the other, working around however that game, you know, the constraints, so to speak, of whichever game, then wouldn't you want to do that?
Yeah, for sure. And do you guys like feel like the selfish plagiarism in that sense then like exists in like across other games as well? Like Andrew, like how often are you picking up like a different ARPG and thinking like, hey, I need to figure out a way to do this in PoE 1,
Adapt
and then like
this.
hopefully therefore it's like going across like multiple teams.
Selfish
Or is it something
plagiarism.
where you
I
guys
wouldn't
try
use
and
that
stay
word.
internally with that? Like how does the actual design philosophy work with kind of how you look at mechanics in that way?
I mean, there's definitely conscious decisions to not straight up just like plagiarize something from another game for sure. I guess most of the things you'd pick up might actually be like you'd unconsciously gather like certain cool aspects from other games. Like a funny story actually is like we started developing all these holy skills like right at the very start of this league cycle. So Chris was coming up with all these cool holy skill ideas, and then I think it was a few weeks later, Diablo 4 announced Paladin. So we were like all worried. It's like, oh, hopefully they don't think that because Diablo 4 dropped Paladin that we're going to have to, we're just like straight up copying them.
You guys should have copied the
In
monetization
fact, like,
strat.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it. You should have copied the Paladin monetization strat too. Super smart.
See, this is where my lack of knowledge of other ARPGs gets in the way because I have no idea what they did for that.
Who's what spawn?
But yeah,
I think it's the other
even,
guy.
like,
This guy
the
above me
fact
right
that Holy
here.
Hammers is called Holy Hammers. Apparently, there is a skill in Diablo that has a similar name, and I got some feedback.
You're not the
internally
biggest
that,
Spawn
like,
fan,
maybe we should
but you only
change the
know him
name,
from his time in
because
League.
players will expect it to behave
Never
a
seen him
certain way
before?
that it
I've actually
doesn't,
never
but
seen him before either. This
I don't
is
know.
the first time I've seen
Holy
him.
Hammers is a cool name. I like alliteration.
That's okay, yeah. Because when Spectral Helix came out, that was sort
He's
of
the lead
I remember
coach for
thinking at the
Team
time that
Liquid
was
in League of
PS
Legends.
related.
Really?
And we were really excited about Helix, but
Also, he's
obviously
kind
it's
of a
gonna be-
jackass.
It's
Really?
as a skill. Actually, it was kind of really dominant for a while, right? I think we had that as the premier.
Okay,
big
why is
skill
he
for a while.
here?
I think I'm gonna use that to segue into what I really am interested in, which is balance. Because I think that
Does he
kind of
play
set
PoE?
melee weapon balance back for a long time. For about like a year, Helix was the skill. Damage numbers weren't there for anything else. And I guess the thing that I've always been thinking about is
Probably because Jung really likes League.
PvE game balance is really weird, right? In a sense of you're not actually balancing for like play rate against other
Close
players.
it. I changed my
or win rate
mind.
against other
Nah,
players,
we're
and I've
watching
always been
it.
curious kind of what the core priorities
You
you're
caused
thinking
this.
about are.
I'd rather look at
there's a
your
lot more
shoe.
specifics,
Good people. What
but how do you
the
guys see that kind of concept
Hey.
in your context, in your domain?
Well, I think the goal isn't necessarily to get everything perfectly
Bringing
balanced,
a
just
friend
because
while
of
I'm
how
fucking my
ever-changing our game
girlfriend.
is. I feel like it's a little bit of a futile task, and we
What
don't really
the
have the
fuck?
time resource to develop to get that into
Oof.
like a perfect spot every time. But what you'd prefer to have is really, well, me personally, I just like a variety. I don't want the same skill to be running the meta for like 2 years or whatever, like historically. I mean, to be fair, we probably have had some skills that have been on top for quite a while now, and maybe we should more radically shift them out. But
Rolling magma.
I think, yeah. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. You have any follow up to that?
I think like I want to hear first. I think because I think as you're talking, it doesn't need to be a clear answers, but getting the direction of where you guys are at is the most interesting for me to start this. I think, yeah, like how you guys individually feel about it.
One of the important things as well is, you know, you're correct that it's not a PvP game. So like if skill A is strong, it doesn't make a player's experience worse who isn't playing that necessarily because they're not playing against skill A. But it still does in a way if something is like, the whole premise of a game like Path of Exile is here. We have this really big puzzle. Come and solve it. We have all of these moving pieces, all these uniques and ascendancies and skills and supports and whatever. Come and solve this or solve some little corner of it. And if there's a skill that just does a bajillion damage out the box with basically no effort, it's not a very interesting puzzle anymore, is it? So like that is part of it. Like there needs to be some, balance needs to be in place so that it isn't just like I slot this skill in and win without any extra effort, which
What are those
you
interviews
can
where it's
have your
one
own
person
subjective
surrounded
opinion
by
on
a
how well
bunch
of a
of
job we've done
random
on that
people
historically.
who get like
And then
5
you also
minutes to
don't want
argue?
players feeling like, there
Spawned
are
one of
a
those
lot
and had one of the
choices
worst
that are
fucking
basically pointless because this
takes
thing over
about
here
the
does
League of Legends
everything better
Procy.
than every other choice. So like those
Interview
are probably
might
the
have
two
been the wrong
driving
phrase,
reasons why
but maybe
balance
someone
is
knows what you're talking
important,
about.
even in a game that isn't PvP centric.
That's
You
why
guys feel
Team
like you're a
Liquid is
little-
losing hard.
Or is there a reason why it's a bit more conservative these days as far as changing goes? Because I understand the resource side, but let's say that the concerns then that you're bringing up right now are things like a really stale meta where things are like constantly the same, and then having like false heterogeneity
Mouse gave them
or
infinite money.
false choice, like an illusion of choice where you could pick all these skills, but like lightning strike is better than the rest. Not anymore, but hypothetically, right? What's sort of the hesitation these days? Because I remember we used to have those massive balance patches. We'd see like 20 on the low end or like a couple hundred skills just have their numbers changed. Is that a matter of resources these days still? Is that just about care? Is that like what are the drivers behind not doing that?
Can you turn it up a
these days?
little? Sure.
I don't know. I guess it just hasn't been brought up very much. Like, I think there have been times in the past where the higher ups are like,
Jung is quiet though.
don't shake the boat too much because if people don't have their like tried and true safe skill, then they'll be more reticent to play the next league. So, like from a personal point of view, I'd love if everything just got scrambled without even like a huge amount of thought going into like what goes up and what goes down. But going back to your like whole heterogeneity comment, that is one of the other axes of balance that we can address. Like, if all the skills scale exactly the same, like a lot of the spells scale in the same way and a lot of the attacks scale in the exact same way. So if one of them is 10% better than all those others, then why would you play any of the other ones? So you need to kind of like try to differentiate all the skills as well in terms of like their damage shapes and their clear speed and their single target potential and their scaling axes.
So I have a question. I want to jump in here a little bit. Andrew, I don't know if you've played League of Legends, but
Oh
Jung,
no, he's talking
Octavian,
about
and
League of
obviously have.
Legends. Bro, why are we
Strangely,
talking
I've
about
never
League of
tried it.
Legends?
Okay, cool. So then
why
you're
you're
going to
mentally
absolutely
healthier.
miss this one. But in League of Legends, when they balance, they like take an average player, like a gold player, and then they balance around that. But if there's outliers, say, a champion is fine in gold, but then has like 100% pick rate in pro, then they'll obviously slap it down and be like, well, we don't want to see the exact same thing played in every single pro game. I was wondering if you guys could speak a little bit about what areas you look at when you're looking to balance skills. Is because like I was talking to Jung about this. Like you're not balancing for Jung. He's playing like 20 hours a day on League Start. Are you balancing around someone that plays 5 hours a day
someone
in the
mute
journey
him?
that they have through Path of Exile League Start? How do you look at that? And then I think that a lot of people talk about skills in terms of how League Start actually works around the abilities, but what other levers do you look at as the journey of the league happens? Because sometimes we're very slow to actually pick up which skills are good and bad as they're introduced into the game, in my opinion.
I feel like that's more of like a global question that goes across many, many leagues rather than on a per league basis, because the game's been out for so long now that we've kind of ended up in this steady state equilibrium where this is how things are and this is the difficulty of the game. And every so often we might shake that up with like making Act 1 extremely hard at some point in time and not doing it to the other acts. But yeah, I'm not really sure. Do you have anything on that?
I mean, on a specific
Okay, I'll
skill by
stop.
skill basis, usually my playtesting will consist of like, how does this skill feel immediately when I get it, and for maybe a few dozen levels thereafter? How does it feel in early maps?
Why
How
did
does it
Jung
feel
bring
in,
this
like,
egg on stream to
yellow
ask
maps? How does it
questions?
feel in like red maps? And usually when I'm doing those tests, it's like alk, enter map, do some
You
combat,
actually hate this so
fight a
far,
boss.
though? Yeah.
you know.
What this guy,
So yeah, I'm
how
not
he phrased that last question
necessarily
was so bad.
doing I mean, we do have a QA department that also will test, and the QA department actually skews mostly, in my experience, towards testing things in their end game and like
I think
giga
Ziz's
juiced
interview was
and,
fine,
you know,
but
super
this
entrenched established player sort of context, because usually when we're hiring for QA, that is the kind of person that we hire. We're hiring, you know, people with thousands and thousands and thousands of hours in the game. So often what actually gets overlooked in testing is that stuff that I try and test while I'm, you know, doing the major tweaks in the implementation to the skill, is the experience of it when you first get it, and the experience of it in, like, you know, on a crappy character who's just hit maps. Because, and that's not to say that we always get that perfectly right. There
Too
are
vague
skills that I have
sometimes?
implemented that I would like to go back and try and improve that specific experience on.
This is trash so
But that
far.
is, you know, the first impression, and that is quite important for sure.
It's
So then you guys are speaking from it from almost like a vacuum, not in a bad way, but from like your guys' perspective. There aren't like
it's
kind of
sad
key
because
vignettes of,
the
like,
League
player
of Legends
vignettes
dude,
or
like the
player
League of
archetypes that
Legends
you'd be thinking
part
about, like, oh, we
was
did, like,
absolutely
Joe Blow
pointless and
enters
added
maps at, like,
nothing to the
20 hours,
question.
like, this guy is going to be weaker in this kind of way. Does that sort of
He
like,
basically said
is there
nothing
kind
for
of
a minute.
average player or like medium player that you're thinking about when you do like balancing changes? Or is it just about like this skill compared to other skills, or is it the tools in the system compared to other tools in the system?
I'd say it's more on the skill compared to other skills and this tool compared to other tools.
It's the only
like
thing
I
he
said,
knows,
we're
so he
at
had to
this
compare
like
the
sort of
concept. Yeah,
equilibrium
I
state
guess.
with the game where if we're thinking about the average player just getting into the maps, we're probably thinking on more of a global level. Like, for example, in Settlers League, when we like decided to buff basically all the melee skills scaling massively. So that's a thing of like, okay, melee players aren't having a good experience. Players typically think that melee is behind other archetypes. So let's bring melee up everywhere. Rather than on a per skill basis, to me, it's more like this skill is relatively worse than another, or this skill is relatively better than another, and we should bring them more closely in line, while also trying to differentiate them in like ways that aren't just damage.
So like in terms of that, then I think like, yeah, we've kind of ended up in a really skill centric place, but are there other levers that you guys are more comfortable pulling in terms of rebalancing? Because I know like the passive tree, for instance, is fairly static as far as things go, but we've seen some pretty big shifts in terms of, say, like gearing wise, right? Like the gear meta has changed drastically in the past 2 years, where an energy blade stack or an energy shield stacker used to be really weak, and probably for the past year now it's been very, very dominant in both like racing starts and hardcore and whatnot. So like what levers would you actually look to other than skill gems when it comes to rebalancing PvE?
I mean, you know, our head of QA likes to say that everything is always more complicated than you think it is, and he's absolutely correct there. And it's one of the reasons why the past few leagues, I would say, we haven't seen huge shakeups in those large systems, because you can't really adjust a large system like that in isolation. You know, if we were to go in and make a lot of changes to the passive tree, it would probably have knock-on effects to some uniques and some ascendancies and some skills and X, Y, and Z. And that isn't a reason not to do it. I would love
Like
to do all
defiled
of these
forces.
things, but
Why they do this?
yeah, it's tackling any of those larger systems is often going to be like
Well, I
one
kinda
of
know
the
why
focal
they're doing
points
it, but-
of a league's, you know, of an expansion, if that makes sense. You know, like, and that's often how we think about it. A given expansion is like there's, you know, we want to get X number of focal points and then a lot of miscellaneous extra stuff alongside it. You know, for Mirage, for instance, it was the endgame rework, the league itself. Probably something that I'm forgetting going off the top of my head.
I
That's
wanted
not to say we
them
haven't
to
done
remove
many
defiled
recently. Like,
forces,
for
'cause you
example,
wanted to
you're
see me
probably going to
sad.
notice
What
you're finding a lot more currency this league.
True.
Fuck
You might be slamming exalts on like crappy gear that you probably weren't slamming exalts on before. And I think in like a few of the previous leagues, there might be like subtle things that have vastly affected your campaign itemization, like the Gambler, for example, being in every town.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So like there's
So
definitely
Cool.
This
I
interview
was going to say,
let me know if anything good
part
gets
of what
asked.
you just said was like really cool, Octavian, because I think that people, now that there is just like the PoE one team, are very interested in like kind of how you guys view your backlog, and like if there are any things in that list that you are like, we didn't get to it this league, but like I really want to get to it. And then from someone that used to work at Riot, I'm really interested like how much of it is a push system onto people working on stuff versus how much of it is a pull system of, hey, we have this like backlog. And you know, Andrew, I'm really like like I love skill gems. Like I want to jump in, like grab like 40 of these things and change them before the new patch. Like you guys talk about like your workflow going into like how new leagues kick off and kind of what it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, usually it'll be around this time.
I mean,
actually,
sure,
the,
but
you know, the release of an expansion, we'll be talking about the next one, and it'll be like trying to work out, you know, those large points first, because yeah, we have a backlog of like, you know, like I said, we have like 3 or 4 focal points to every expansion. We have a backlog of probably like 20 focal points worth of stuff that we want to do, and you can only fit 3 or 4 into a given 4-month dev cycle.
Can
and
we
then
get any
usually within the
corporate
course of
secrets
that
real
4-month
quick?
dev cycle, you get to the end and you realize, oh, there's this thing that would have been really cool, and we could fit that in maybe next time. And you know, it's like that cartoon meme of the guy who's trying to fit something into
Why
his
are you
daily
making me
schedule, and
watch
he's pulling
this?
sleep out in order to do it.
Because you removed defiled
and
forces. Watch it.
It's we have internally we have an issue tracking system that has a backlog of a ton of these things, but often the issue tracking system is more for like the hyper specific stuff, and for the broader scope related things that's done more like just in conversations between designers and tracked in like internal documents.
Can we
Yeah, I
remove
think there's a
Egghead
lot
and
of
add
like
Regis in
cost
there
benefit
instead? He
analysis
also
that
worked
goes
at
into
Riot.
like what type of things we touch as
True.
well. Like for example, next league, I'm not saying we're definitely not doing this, but next league we could say, okay, we want to rework mana costs throughout the game, and it's like if you look hard at anything, you're going to find enumerate problems. But the thing is this a worthwhile goal? It's like, yes, okay, so Melee has this issue where mana eventually devolves into everyone using mana leech or minus mana cost on their rings, and it's like, should mana
And he actually
matter
knows
that
about
much to
PoE.
Melee builds? Should it matter as
Apart
much as
from
it
he
currently
plays
is for
Flicker.
spells? Like, do they scale mana costs correctly? Are there any builds that are
Need to
are
find
like
out how you're gonna fix
particularly
that. Oh,
mana
Eldritch
intensive?
Battery.
But that to fully audit mana is going to take a ton of our time, and then we might come out of it ending up making a bunch of
Could
changes which
oversee
make
that.
people unhappy. So touching mana in that way is probably not going to be on our agenda. Well, maybe it will be at some point, but definitely not in the near future.
It's one of the things that Mark was talking about in the Q&A, where like
Damn.
it's really easy to be scared of touching some of these systems, be scared of touching, for instance, the end game changes that we did this league, because
I like how
there's an
what
established
they're
status
talking
quo
about right now is so
that is
far
pretty good
from what he
but like
asked.
it could probably be better in a lot of cases, and you know, you could just keep
They've
iterating on
diverged
existing
off of the
systems
question
and
so
basically
fucking far.
continue to
Oh
put
my goodness.
icing on the cake, so to speak.
What
But
is this?
sometimes you have to go and bake another cake, and that's much
I mean, it's
harder.
better than the base question, but still. You like that they don't
Yeah, I
enjoy
think,
his
like,
questions?
in terms
You
of the
appreciate
system
them?
side, the thing that stood out to me most this patch, I think the intelligence nerf was the single, from my perspective, best balance line I've ever seen in a patch note. And that
Well,
was
the
system-wide,
interesting
right?
thing about that is
He's nodding, and every time he nods,
we
his
were
brain
just
hits
it
his
was one of our
skull.
QA who brought
And
it
his
up,
skull
but we
gets a
were
bit
just
more
looking at the
eggy.
relative ratio of the attributes compared to the bonuses they give, and comparing that to the small node values on the passive tree, and all of them were basically correct, except the amount of energy shield you get
2
from
extra
intelligence.
tutorials with
Like
a new
for example,
sound.
I think on the passive tree, a small evasion node would grant you like
That could be pretty good.
14% increased
We
evasion,
might
while
need
a
to do
small
that.
energy shield node would be like 6 or 7%. So the fact that dexterity and intelligence were giving the same amount of percent evasion and energy shield was just wrong. And I guess that's just been wrong forever. Not to say everything needs to be perfectly symmetrical, but yeah, it was definitely justification for the nerf outside of it just being historically very good for a while.
Okay, that's more like simplified then. So when it came to like bigger, like when you're talking, I'm thinking about Expedition right now, as a patch, because I totally agree. I think the
Sub Club members can get any footlong for just $6.99. Every irresistible sub is packed with tons of crispy, crunchy veggies, and you can.
Well, fuck me. I'm pretty sure I have you block. Ooh. Like, uBlock is on right now. What the fuck? Yeah, it's on. What the fuck? Honestly, having ads play on your channel while you're doing an interview is wild. I mean, to be honest, there is no way to remove ads
50% more
on
damage
Twitch.
on
They
average
are
for a
going to
damage
happen
support.
unless you're subbed.
And that
That's the only
basically
way to get
invalidated
them.
a lot of the more interesting supports in the game.
Are you using the
things that were
Japanese
definitely
version
an
of
issue with that
uBlock?
patch were
Maybe.
the mana cost multipliers being changed on supports.
Oh,
think-
wait, no. I think it's because...
Certain melee
I think
builds
it's because...
just, if you were using those same supports, it doubled your mana cost, which is definitely not
Never
acceptable.
mind. They're
And then there
talking right
was
now.
also, I think there was some problems with the flask changes, but I can't actually remember the specifics of
You
those
can
now.
pause and delay them after the interview.
But
I
yeah, I
could,
think
yeah.
Expedition certainly burnt us a little bit in the sense of like going and doing a full nerf patch. I don't know if we've done a patch since then on that scale in terms of like character power nerfs.
The one that I would be thinking about is not so much like system wide, but casters took a pretty big hit, I would say, especially in early game during the Divine Blessing change. That one was like really big.
Oh
And then
yeah,
the
Divine
changes to
Blessing change was
Inspiration,
huge.
going from additive to multiplicative were really big for like casters across the board.
We're
I
at
think
this
that's
like
probably
sort of
responsible for a lot
equilibrium
like,
state with the game
why
where
there's a dearth of casters.
if we're thinking about the average player just getting into the maps, we're probably thinking on more of a global. And I think in like a few of the previous leagues, there might be like
we
subtle
won't be able to
things that have
we
vastly
won't be
affected
able
your
to keep up with that. Okay, never mind. Because it's not going to keep up like updating.
Well, like, I guess for me, like that kind of was like like pretty large scale. I mean, I guess there were casters using mana, and there was Archmage, and there was the buffs there, but for like a long time, I think
You need to be a
ED,
sub,
like
yeah,
EDMOM specifically,
to
those
like
two
actually
games
go
were really
back.
dominant of like at least the league start caster meta. And maybe I'm wrong there. Well, I guess let me just ramble here instead. Or go completely differently. How wrong do you think I am? Or maybe more broadly, how dumb do you think the average like content creator, build maker, streamer is in terms of actually identifying what's strong and what isn't?
Yeah, I wanted to jump in on this because Jung told me yesterday that he thinks that PoE content creators are now too good. They've got the game figured out. And I was like, I am really curious to see whether the developers actually think you guys are good at figuring out their game. Because I don't know whether that's true. Like, I think that every now and again, like,
bro, why is he here?
People completely whiff on what is actually strong in the current meta, and then you find it like 6 months later.
Well, this is just anecdotal because I played Kinetic Fusillade last league, right? I leveled it throughout the game and it was super,
You don't remember
super
ads on
smooth.
Sis's interview?
And I played it all through endgame.
I watched it
and
on
then
YouTube.
Usually what I do is I farm up a ton of currency and I'm like, okay, what am I going
It
to
wasn't
invest
live, at least for
my
me.
next build into? So I actually go on my local
Either that or
dev
wait until
client
tomorrow when
and
he
try
posted
out
it.
a
That's
ton of people's
possible.
builds, like build creators ones that I see on Ninja. And it's like Kinetic
You watched it
Blast
live on Twitch with no
just
ads?
didn't do it for me. Fusillade's just better. So people, even though Kinetic Blast was the more popular skill last league, I guess people didn't pick up on Fusillade so quickly, but it does seem to be pretty popular now.
I guess the other side of that coin though is like people will come up with builds that we just never saw coming in the first place. You know, like the whole I don't remember the name of the content creator, so I feel a little bad not being able to shout them out specifically, but the guy who made the build that constantly canceled his own portal cast in order to spam out, you know, spells, like that was not expected and is a very cool build.
You know what's crazy? Stuff like that. I remember on week 1 of the league, there was like someone sent me a video of Billy showcasing the interaction, and I think I had forwarded it to GGG like right away.
Yes.
I was like, hey, there's no way this thing lives past like I'm not even gonna bother making a build with this. There's not a chance this thing lives. And I saw it come up like a month later on an actual build.
Oh
I'm
wait,
like,
no.
Like when it comes to things like that, you know, like how often that's just like a bug basically, right? So
I do not.
Sure. You know, I mean, you're correct. It is a bug. I think that has been addressed in this patch. But it's still
Why light
extremely
though?
creative. And
Should
cool
I
to
do a different
leverage
one
that.
and not light?
Like,
wait, can I clarify right there then? Can I just
Sure.
take that as a piece? So you said it's cool to leverage a bug. And it's cool if I do that in the future,
no,
right?
Jug, no.
In
It's all
some
good, right?
contexts, this is an extremely blurry subjective line. So like there is no like people look for like this, you know, word from on high,
They
this
name it light
authoritative take on
'cause
like
Chrome.
you know, okay, what
Oh.
can I do, what isn't a bug. Like I can't
Deleted
anticipate
already?
the bugs that
Yeah.
will be found. We try to. We have a QA department that's dedicated to trying to, but there might be, you know, there's always the chance that there's something in the game that, you know, I've overlooked, or you know, all of us as developers have overlooked, that gets found, and then it just has to be subjectively assessed in that time. Like it is really, unfortunately, just
I
purely
see.
case by case.
No, and I think that makes a lot of sense. But Octavian, I'm kind of interested in your thoughts on like the OG question. Like, do you think that content creators are up to date with what is strong within the game, or do you think that, you know, are we playing in free shell what was actually strong at the start of Keepers? Like, how good do you feel like the community and content creators specifically
Wait, does
are
this
at reading that
like
meta,
kind of know what the
balances
game
within the game?
what's
There's
in the
definitely
game?
some lag, for lack of a better term, I think there, but I think that's not necessarily, like, I wouldn't want to say that's because, you know, the people playing the game at the highest level aren't smart enough to find these builds. There are definitely people who are
I
making
would
extremely
make
clever
that
builds.
comment for you. That's
The-
fine. It's,
Well, no, because I have an interesting perspective on this, because I was a content creator
His
for Path
staff
of Exile
who
for
probably
years
wrote
before
him
joining the
questions,
team.
to be honest.
And
Possibly.
if you want to be really successful at League Start, what you want to do, like the perfect build, is a build that has some new stuff going on that also is on a foundation that people trust. And then people will be like, oh, I know that this can be strong, but there's also some new cool interaction or new cool unique or whatever that it's using that can draw me in. Like people want, you know, I know this is going to work. I know this is going to be foundationally good, and also a little bit of spice. Like that's the perfect build guide. You know, you'll get the most traction, the most people watching, you know. So like there is an incentive to innovate a little bit and not too much at League Start, to be honest.
okay, so let's talk about that, because on top of like whether they're good or bad, there's obviously
put shit on
PoE for a
Archmage and
new
it
player
works.
especially, and for a lot of intermediate players.
The team
if you
has
don't have a
mouse
build
money.
guide, you struggle to play the game. Like that's just straight up true. So how do you
Sure.
guys view like dev versus content creator relationship in terms of like actually putting out these good build guides? Because you're right, if you have someone put out a bad build guide, it completely destroys League Start for a lot of people. They never log into the game again. So how do you guys view that, and you know what's your current thought on GGG's relationship with like content creators and build guide management? And you know, third-party tools as a whole, right? Path of building is like
They
just so
can't-
handy.
they
to
can't
be able to
police
actually
that is
use
the
all these
thing.
things. And I know that people have been asking for like in-client mapping out the passive tree and things like that. How do you view all of this symbiotic relationship?
He talks too much.
Well, I mean,
but
I
it
think
could be said
overall,
less.
content creation for the game and build guides and stuff have been a massive boon. You're correct that there are occasionally, you know, maybe there's a build guide that goes out that doesn't do, you know, that people get baited into, for lack of a better word, that is, you know, maybe does ruin some people's League Start experience. But what we can really do on the dev side about
He
that
asked
is
like
just
4 questions
try
at
and make
once.
the game more approachable in general, so
He-
that, you know, I don't think we'll get to the point where you don't necessarily need any build guide at all. We'll see. But we can definitely do more on that front. For one thing, like the whole keywording
Joe
system
knows
from
a little
PoE2
bit
is something
about
that I'm
baiting.
personally
Ooh.
really keen to bring back to PoE1, because it's way better than the hold alt for reminder text system that we have right now. If we can get more ways to onboard people into the game without having to alt tab out to a wiki or go to a build guide, then the risk of that is minimized, right?
When it comes to like,
where does the name of this podcast come from? Just heard the word bait.
I think people are really incendiary. You know, people will say all kinds of things. The truth is, I think that I have never ever
Voice
made a
crack.
bad build.
Ooh.
There's just bad players that copy them poorly. And if
You're better than me.
if a
Like, you go back
good
and look at
player
some of my
copied my
earliest
bad
builds
build
on my
it would be
YouTube
good.
channel, they do not hold up.
Actually, maybe I guess. I mean, there's been. I think where does that come from is actually kind of interesting, because let's say I have a reputation for baiting people with a build. Let's just say, hypothetically, I'm not saying that's the truth. I think a lot of it has to do with skill complexity. So there's a skill that I'm seeing on this current patch that I think might be incredibly bait. I think it is potentially powerful, but looks to be weak, and that's. I think it's Holy Hammer. It's the one where it's like you consume a power charge and you have the cascading thing. Is that Holy Hammer?
Mm-hmm. The row of hammers, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Holy
So
hammers.
there's been like speculation about overlaps and how often, how much damage does this do? Because I think a lot of times we're trying to
The thing
moneyball
is,
skills.
it's
get it
not
down
Jung's
to,
fault.
if you do everything correctly
It's
in this way and you
this
have the
other
correct
guy up
scalars for
here
the
that
skill and package it correctly, what is that damage effectiveness when you calculate attack speed and everything? I think there might be like overestimation on the Holy Hammer, for instance, because we don't know about the consistency of overlaps and how much damage it actually does.
he invited
So
him.
from
It's
my
his fault.
perspective, I see that a lot
Yeah,
of
I guess
that
that's
risk,
true.
or like whether something will be good or bad, and that sort of like unknown factor and the complexity is actually just about not
He
knowing
invited
how a
him.
skill
Oh,
functions,
God.
specifically
Okay.
as it pertains to hit rate, right? And I'm not sure like what you could or would even want to do to elucidate that better for players.
I don't know.
That's actually a really good
'Cause
question from Jung.
I think this fundamentally comes down to like what kind of player I am as well, because like we have this game that, I'm like I said earlier, is this incredibly complex puzzle, and that kind of encourages people to solve it, and it also attracts people who
You
want
didn't
to solve
listen
that puzzle.
what he
And for a
asked?
lot of people, it's just about like solving the biggest number, like,
He said so many
maybe you
words.
pick a skill and then from there you solve
It's
the biggest number for it.
essentially
Whereas
skills
when
that
I'm
have
approaching
like
the build, I
innate.
more want to like get the numerical aspect of it to a point that's comfortable, and then it's about solving how the
innate
playstyle feels for me.
like a
I
skill.
don't know. I feel like
What,
I'm
like
not answering your
like a
question
skill
super well.
ceiling,
I'm
I
not
guess.
trying to dance around it. I just I
And he's
think I
talking
have
about
a very
the
different
overlap
way of
on
thinking
Holy
about
Hammers,
this sort of thing
and he's
than
talking about like
necessarily
making it more apparent
translates
to
well
players that
onto,
it
like,
can
a DPS
it can
estimate
overlap
or
something of the sort.
just
I'm
numerical
probably
estimates of how effective a character
summarizing
is. Like,
his
that's just
question
not
terribly, but
necessarily how I look at a build most of the time.
Yeah, I feel like from a player's point of view, the new skills are like there's more excitement in not knowing how effective it is just by the numbers off the gem, because of all those external factors, by not knowing the hit rates or the number of overlaps, for example. So I feel like I sort of like there not being perfect information going into a release for that.
I think I do too.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say that's interesting because you got someone like Jung that's going to look at a skill and he's going to pull it apart, and if the damage effectiveness isn't high enough, he's just never going to touch the skill, right? He's like not even going to do it. Then I assume that there's like the average person that is like, oh, I played Paladin in all of these other games. There's now Paladin skills.
Yeah,
No matter how little
Dark
damage
Cav-
I do, I'm going to try and grind this one out and stick with the skill. And I guess like that becomes like nearly an
Stop
economy
sucking
question,
Jung's
because it's like,
dick.
okay, if the skill operates in that way, then how far ahead or behind do you become in the economy? Because if you play a great skill, you get ahead if you play the game enough, and then you're able to make the skill even better. So I think that that's actually quite interesting, going back to the first area of like balance of like how you approach like how these skills operate.
Bro, stop.
Has such a
Just
big
ask a
economy on which to start,
question.
because I think that is something that we were also quite interested in, is like, do you guys balance your skills around like, this is mainly a SSF player that's going to interact with chat a little bit, or do you guys think about your skills as in like, hey, we have, especially in softcore trade, we have like a completely wide open economy. You have access to completely every single item in the game theoretically, and a lot of them are quite cheap after like 2 or 3 games. That's what we expect the players to be
Look at
able
his
to
face, and
utilize
look
to
at
be able
his
to create these
face.
build guides.
Oh my! I
will
think
say
Jung
that,
is like,
when I'm
fuck.
approaching trying to come
I
up with skill
fucked up. I
concepts,
honestly
like,
think Jung is thinking like,
all
oh
of
my
that
god,
is not
why?
unimportant, but it is secondary to, does this skill have a cool power fantasy? Like, does this skill have a cool, unique way that it functions?
This
and
question
that
has already been
fulfills a
fucking
certain,
answered on Ziz's stream.
like, I want to be dropping giant hammers on huge packs of monsters, like, that is why Holy Hammers exists. And then from there, it's okay, well, what spacing do we need on the hammers in order to have it be competitive in terms of overlap? What effectiveness does this skill need,
Not
given that it
inviting him
functions
to
this
do
way?
this
But
again.
like, we first determine how does the skill need to function in order to fulfill the cool base fundamental concept, and then work out the balance around that. And that sometimes means
He
that you
did
get to the
confirm
point where you're trying to
overlaps
work out the
exist,
balance
though.
around the cool base fundamental concept, and you just can't. And then the skill gets cut. There was actually one additional skill that was meant to go into this patch that, the concept was cool, but
called
it
his
didn't
hammers
translate well
back.
enough in game
Ooh.
into like actual play in a moment-to-moment level. And it's been told it'll maybe get redesigned and go into
Wait.
329 with some changes, or a
Huh?
future patch, or
It's the
become a
same
unique
thing.
item or something. We don't want to waste the assets
Double
that have been made,
boost.
but yeah, like they're. That's not to say like it's only about power fantasy and class fantasy and whatever you want to call that, but it is like the starting point.
No, I think that's really cool. I love Crackling Lance. It's like one of my favorite abilities. Like I'll run it like probably like once every 2 leagues, even though I think it is a little bit like
He plays the
underpowered at moment,
game?
because like I just love the power
I
fantasy of
wouldn't
like
have known.
big beam becomes small beam when I have to stand still and like concentrate it on something. Like it's just such a cool ability to me. So
Yeah,
I do
will
agree.
say that
That's cool.
That skill is awful. Hey,
I think next patch it has
Wintertide
been
Brand
tabled
exists,
quite a
Slinky.
few times already, but self-cast is definitely on our radar. Oh, and there is also a new exceptional support specifically for intensity-based skills, which might be pretty good with Crackling Lance this league.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, like sometimes we'll fall a bit short in terms of the balance.
Nah,
on
he
those
doesn't.
class
No way.
identities and fantasies, but like it's important to have them
New intensity
because
support.
you want skills to
Ooh.
feel distinct. Because otherwise, you go back to the problem we discussed earlier, where like every skill operates the same way. This one is 10% better. Why would you use these other 5 skills, right?
Yeah.
And it's hard not to fall into that trap, especially when you have triple-digit number of skills in the game. But yeah, something like Crackling Lance is a good example where it's a cool concept that maybe just needs some more numerical love, and that could be in 329 or 330 or whatever. And it's good to have
Yes.
those cool concepts in
It
the game
needs
because you can always
numerical
buff
love.
numbers in a future patch.
Yeah.
To me, it seems like arriving on the right number has got to be really hard because of certain things as far as design space go. Like I think there's certain mechanics and items and skills that restrict the design space of everything else, because in their absence you could be a bit more like relaxed, but with their presence it becomes ridiculous. Like things like penance mark, for instance. I know like on release, I actually do want to hear about that specifically when it was like introduced, but at the time of penance mark's release, I remember building around it because I saw the trailer. I did a bunch of like screen measurements to see, okay, is this within 1.5 radius sometimes? And I made a whole low tolerance Pathfinder proliferation setup. Skill comes out, forget about what Peacock did on League Start, but now it's a 3.5 to 4.5 radius. And I saw, I guess, how problematic it would have been, but there's like that aspect. But then I think about like, even now with that in Southbound, you get like massive issues with overlaps. I think Nimbus is another great example of an item that might have greatly restricted design space. I've always thought about what if I just like didn't do that. Like return projectiles, kind of setting what you can and can't do in terms of introducing new projectile skills, balancing that. Do you think there's like big problem outliers that you wish weren't there? Or is it just something that's more interesting now for your problem solving to create that puzzle?
Well, I think something like Nimbus to me is more fine because it is such an extremely rare in-game item. Like, yeah, for the average player, they're probably never seeing a Nimbus. What was the other example you gave, sorry?
Penance mark.
Yeah, no, Penance Mark is getting near Wormblaster in terms of like, or the Writhing Jar in terms of levels of problematic.
he
Whenever
talked
we
about-
design a new skill, someone's like, but what about this and this with Penance Mark? So maybe it will be adjusted at some point because it does keep on cropping up in terms of our like QA testing.
Now, this should not be taken as there being any changes coming to this keystone, but like definitely not. Though maybe this will get clipped out of context. Still, we'll see. But like CI is the biggest example of this.
Oh,
Just immunity to a full
shit.
damage type is very cool. Like that's super iconic. CI is an incredibly iconic keystone, and it's great that it's in the game. And it means we can't have an end game boss that's
Trying to
full
do damage
chaos,
control.
right? Because otherwise you play CI build, you're immune to it. You know, you can't have this thing that's supposed to be threatening and challenging do full chaos damage, or else suddenly you can click a keystone and be completely immune to it. So like it is, yeah, exactly. But like if you want to put cool stuff in the game that's transformative and game changing, you have to build those constraints for yourself. It's impossible not to, or else everything is milk toast. You know, everything is like flat and vapid if you don't have interesting spiky constraints that you have to build around.
You got some PR training
Yeah.
after the Ziz
I definitely
interview?
see like some things is adding more and some things is adding less in that way. Like I remember
Milk
when I was going through the
toast.
unique design process, when I was looking back at some of them, I'm like, oh yeah, given what happened in the next few patches, this would have adding this one item would have actually removed 3 different items, 4 different skills, and the possibilities for like 2 different skill trees. But when it comes to like overlaps and splash, I think that's always going to be one to consider. The other thing I had about that was, I guess like it was reminding me that penance marks, that specifically the implementation, it basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, it changed from the time that from the trailer to when it was launched, right? The skill functionality.
I think yes, the radius at which the ghosts spawn around the monster was made further away, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if there were any other changes.
They spawn
but
far
yeah, that
as
was certainly
fuck.
the case.
So then, do you think there's been like an increasing degree of comfort from your guys' side in terms of changing the game, or like changing what's the state of balance or skill functionality or item functionality from the point at which the patch release happens on Thursday, to when the patch actually drops on Friday, or sorry, the trailer on Thursday to when the patch drops on Friday? Because I feel like from my perspective, there's been a lot more. Every day we have like a brand new list of notes, whereas back in the day it felt a little bit more conservative in that way.
Well, I guess also it is. We used to drop the patch notes on
Right.
the Wednesday before the release, so we do the patch notes far earlier than before. So I guess it hasn't really changed our like freneticism in terms of like trying to get more and more changes in just before release.
Yeah, I guess you're now just like seeing a lot of the changes that would have previously been invisible at that point, because yeah, there is usually, you know, last week before release, there's something that comes together and we didn't realize.
I was about to say, we used to wait
this is going to be
forever
a
for
problem,
notes.
and then unfortunately you have to fix it.
Dang.
I want to avoid that as much as possible. Like, I really dislike, one of my favorite things about the role, about the job, is being able to like show players cool stuff. And I really dislike when I show a player a cool thing and then it's like, oh wait, no, actually we have to change that. So I want to try and minimize that as much as humanly possible, but sometimes it slips through.
What do you guys think about your timings at the moment? Because I know, Octavian, in the Ziz interview, you were saying that you love that there's a certain amount of undiscovered things going into every new patch. And sure, it
Yeah,
gets data
he
mined
is
and stuff,
reading.
but the average player probably isn't looking at that. Do you guys now like the change where the patch notes are way earlier and people get a longer time to plan? Or do you think that there is a way that you would go back to, like maybe later patch notes and having a little bit more surprise going into the actual league start week? And I remember like waking up, like I'm Australian, like waking up at like, you know,
Could see him looking
2,
at his
3
script
a.m.
all
putting
the
the final
time.
touches on builds, the morning of the league launching.
How is his question
I
so
think
bad though when he's
personally,
reading?
I preferred the patch notes being on the Wednesday, but the reason for that was because I feel like on the Friday of the live stream, you get too much information overload because you have the live stream, all the new stuff, and then you also have the patch notes. So having like that teaser season
His team
prolonged
also
from like
didn't
the
play
live
PoE.
stream, and then you're also looking forward to the patch notes in a few
He
days.
probably has like Discord and his team is feeding him live information. That's possible.
Yeah.
Trying to process at the same time.
I don't know.
That is possible, yeah.
This isn't going to translate into a change of policy on this front. This is just purely a personal opinion. I really like having stuff in the game that isn't in the patch notes that players can discover. Like I said on the Ziz podcast, this time around, that's all the like little campaign improvements. You know, like that's kind of where I put that energy. There's a bunch of little rooms in the campaign, little rewards and stuff. We showed one.
I don't care
specifically
about
asked
that.
that we not show more than one because I want them to be discovered. I want them to be found. And also, that is the kind of thing that's relatively safe from data mining, thankfully, because I don't think, maybe I'm wrong on this front, but I don't think data miners can actually access like the specific locations of things within the files that control, you know, level generation.
I think Unique's is the other
Interesting.
place that's like really well hidden before the patch. Like we have no idea what the most uniques are, and like with last patch Fileborns, it like drastically shifted what the meta is, their accessibility and everything. So like I think there's other places where there's a lot of undiscovered potential.
I mean, it calls back to that tension that I was talking about earlier, back when I was, you know, live streaming the game for a living, where like before league start, our game is very complex, obviously, and people just want to know that their league start is going to be comfortable and good and solid. And so that, I think that is what drives a lot of the desire to have as much information as possible, because you want to know all the variables so that you can have a comfy league start. And I relate to that to some degree, but also I really, really like the whole community discovery aspect of it in the first week, where you see these posts of people going like, "Oh, look at this cool thing that I found that we haven't seen yet. You know, this cool new unique." So there's a balance there to be struck. I think releasing, you know, skill changes, character changes, ascendancy changes, you know, passive tree, all of that is very important. Having that ahead of time, but new uniques, yeah, I don't think I'd ever want to, you know, start teasing tons and tons of those before launch.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if the exceptional supports can be data mined or not. I think they can, which is a little unfortunate. But I think you can infer where they're from, mostly from their flavor text and name, potentially. That will be the more interesting thing, how to get them all.
For those ones as well, like I'm more okay with those being something that the community discovers, because they're very much less likely to impact your league start plan, because it's not something you get until you defeat, you know, end game bosses probably multiple times.
Yeah. I'm with you. Like one of my favorite recent leagues was actually Mercenaries, and it was because it went from these things are useless to these things can buff you amazingly to every single day on Reddit, like a different person posting how their merc is now soloing the whole game, and they're sitting there doing nothing. And like the evolution of that was like actually so cool to like watch. And like I think that if that had been solved beforehand,
Did he say
that
on
would have been
Reddit?
like a real downer on that league in particular.
I think I like the uniques thing. I think the old uniques is where I might have more concern insofar as, and this is the only time I'll lobby in this whole session. Is there any chance that
You
when you
wanna
guys
crack his
change
setup
the
in right
unique
now?
tiering of a specific unique, that there might be a more public communication of that? To contextualize this, in Arch Nem, I made a build for Nightblade, Perfect Agony, Spectral Helix, using Ungles, which was the most common unique tier at the time, or maybe second most common. And that, for some reason, it was bad, by the way. That build was bad. You can talk about bait builds. That build was worse than just not. I unclicked Perfect Agony and that build got better. Anyways, that patch, Ungles went up to I think T1 or T2. In like kind of in secret. So like on the league start, it was one of the more inaccessible items. I wonder, could we have like a communication of that when that does happen? Because for instance, this patch we have Foulborn Ghost Ride. Will things like that be accessible, or that be like hard to get?
I hope not. That's so fun.
Well, interestingly, it is now easier to know when a unique has changed rarity
Right.
on release than before, because you can just go to ROG in King's March and see how much dust it sells for. So I was actually contemplating if that is like if we wanted to make it more secret, and that when we change the rarity of uniques, we don't actually affect their dust cost at all.
Oh.
But honestly, I don't really have a strong opinion
Interesting.
either way on whether or not we should be revealing. I just know that historically we haven't really announced weighting changes to the players.
Yeah,
You should do
this
that.
is something
That's
that
amazing, by the way.
we would probably need to loop Mark, maybe Jonathan, in on this, because it is a very established historical trend with this game and PoE 2. So I wouldn't want to make that call without at least consulting them.
And how? Oh, sorry, John. But just before,
go for
because
it.
I was really interested in this. When an item's normal version is not very like it's fine, but like not exceptional. But then the Foulborn version of the item is insanely powerful. Let's use Go Thrust for the example. Like, is there ever going to be a splitting of the tiers, or are they always similar tiers? And again, like I understand this is probably not a concrete answer area, but
I will say we have the ability to control like what percentage of a time the unique does become Foulborn, or if it has more than one Foulborn outcome, we can like make one of those outcomes rarer than the other. So I'm not gonna like say which ones are rare and which ones are common, but yeah, we do that for a few of them.
Cool.
I hear what you're saying. It scares me what you're saying, Andrew, in particular, for sure. I think like the only reason why is, or the greatest positive that I see is like the potential for build heterogeneity at league start. Insofar as like, I think Paul Strom was kind of ranting about this the other day. The idea that all his league starts kind of need to be all based around blue or rare items, which is in a sense, in a vacuum, neither here nor there. But in terms of what you could do in terms of distinct builds that feel different, that are different right away, it becomes a lot hard to set plans for that, right? And so then your league start kind of looks like, oh, let's just play, explosive arrow.
I mean, it is a league start.
Like, let's go slams again until we know. Let's do this again until we know. KBOC until we know. I feel like that could be like a really big upside, right? In terms of knowing what's still accessible to us. Not so much the new uniques, but just knowing that.
This is
Yeah,
like a
I
very
think from
yes
my
or no
point of
question,
view,
but mainly no.
I don't feel like the majority of unique items actually like bias towards one skill over another. Like most uniques are more of like, I mean, there are certainly a few where it's like, for example, Kinetic Fusillade, you want to stack as much reduced duration as possible. So you really need like 2 or 3 key unique.
No.
There are a lot of things you
How?
can't reverse. Gray hair used
Hey,
to be
what
one
the
of them.
fuck?
Now there's Just for Men Gray Reverse. This
happy. I think that all the unique.
Oh no, the ad's gonna.
There are a lot of things you can't reverse.
Hey, it's not working.
See builds and skills. Beyond just that, do you guys see it as like, or is there something?
There are a lot of things you can't reverse. Gray hair used to be one of them. Now there's just for men.
What the fuck? Can we cancel Jung already? He's making money off TGG. I mean, literally every content creator is making money off TGG. Bro. uBlock does not work. God damn it. Facts don't matter. What the hell? What is this? Okay.
Partially to try and make it not feel like there's one thing that is just drowning out everything else, right? And so if a skill becomes popularized because it's incredibly strong to the point where it feels like it's drowning out everything else, we kind of need to address that. And or if we don't, we lead to a stale meta, and that is something that people very much dislike. So whether that was because it got popular just because the numbers are obviously insane, or got popular because, you know, one person was super responsible for that popularity, like how it got to that point doesn't seem as relevant to me as like just addressing a stale meta if one comes up.
Is how like biggest popularity of skills still factoring in? Because I know it used to be like really publicly mentioned as the premier thing that you guys look to in terms of reducing power.
It's probably because of the perception, or I don't know, probably because of the fact that people will become very unhappy with a stale meta. Popularity factors in because that is a large part of what determines what a meta is. I wouldn't say it's the sole factor. Like anytime that I come to Andrew with, you know, hey, maybe we should take a look at this skill or this archetype or whatever, Andrew's response is always to pull up a bunch of spreadsheets and start comparing balance numbers and comparing damage numbers. Like it's not like, ooh, this is really popular, make the numbers 20% lower. But it can be an impetus point for like looking at it and seeing, well, is this actually a problem? Is this actually overpowered? And in the case of like Detonate Dead, yeah, the answer is was often yes.
Yeah, actually, I had one more thing. But, yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
I was going to say there's like often it's not necessarily the skill itself, but there's external factors around the skill which could be problematic instead. Like Detonate Dead. Well, Detonate Dead is very, very closely tied to Desecrate. But for example, the whole we had years and years of players having lots of different specters so they could pollute their Desecrate pool with more and more high life minions, which is a very PoE thing to do. But at some point, it's like we're balancing around a very non-intuitive way of playing the skill. So that's the reason we'd want to get rid of it.
You know what's really intuitive, but I hate, is stackers. How do you guys feel about stackers right now?
When you say stackers, are you talking about like attribute stackers or herald stacking, or is there a particular type of stacking?
I think the last time I ever talked to Chris Wilson, he said Righteous Fire was the most problematic skill in the game. This is a decade ago. Because it lets you scale life and damage at the same time. And I talk about this a lot. These days, the premier builds, I think, for endgame are still Energy Shield stack. There's a life stack, Great Wind setup, Power Charge stacking with Eternal Separation.
Like just talk about every single stack.
And then Strength stacking. And seeing that kind of convergence, I think, in the endgame towards stacking has made some people kind of feel like build making is more linear now, less interesting, less complex, I guess, at least in terms of horizontality. Do you guys like the presence of stackers, their current power? Do you guys like that kind of building? Just general thoughts, I guess.
And armor. It's a very thorny balance problem that I've been kind of bouncing around in my head for a number of leagues now.
What do you plan to do for
because
builds that
it has
scale? You
the
always stack
upside of
something.
giving you builds that have these like really
Damage
high ceilings
stacking.
that you can keep
Ooh.
incrementally improving, and that's a good thing. We like, you know, we don't want a build to become static, like at reaching level 92 or whatever, and you have, you know, you're just kind of done. But then the other problem is exactly what you're saying. Like it sort of funnels the build making meta into, you know, pick your top level thing that you're stacking around and then find ways to stack around that, be that ward, int, dex, strength, ES, life, whatever. And PoE 1 has become so complex with so many different avenues at this point that like it's just proliferated to a lot of different parts of the game. But it's not something that we should be like super hasty with going and just chopping away at. Like, there are upsides and downsides here, and the perfect solution would retain some of the upsides while making it feel less one-dimensional. This is also the kind of thing that I feel like is a problem for the 1% of the 1%. You know, like it's a problem for people who are getting to that level 95 plus build and really investing in like, you know, then making another build and maybe making another build and feeling like all of the build making is very similar. You know, it's not the kind of thing that's a problem if you know, play one build a league to level 90 and then finish. So I don't know. I feel like I maybe went on a little circuitous rant there, but regardless, like it is something that's been on my mind. I just can't speak to any specific changes because I haven't figured out any specific changes. It's the same thing. There's a number of problems at any given moment that are always just in the back of my head, and I'm trying to come up with a solution.
huge
And
difference
usually
there?
something pops into my head at 2 a.m. some random day. You know, Mercenaries is on that same list. Like how Mercenaries? How? And eventually my brain will present some kind of answer. We'll see if it's a good one. I hope so.
The way I see it is that it's about a separation of offense and defense, right? Because all the skill and mana and armor stacking are the same. All of these stackers are able to really scale at a very high level, both offense and defense at the same time. But you'll notice one I'll never mention is dexterity stacking. Because I think the only defensive scaler for dexterity, save for like during Freesia and whatnot, is Guard Cons, basically. You could say Shaper's Touch, right? So isn't it about the separation of those things, which kind of, from what I understand, used to be one of the core principles in terms of introducing like mechanics, items, and skills.
Yeah, I feel like over time we have added more and more things that scale both offense and defense, or scale damage off life, or scale damage off the energy shield, stuff like that. And it's certainly, like it's been brought up, as like the more and more of those mechanics you add in, they're like multiplicative with each other. So it's like making those builds stronger and stronger over time. Like it certainly has been on our radar for a while, and we are making a couple of nerfs this patch to energy shield stackers in particular. But we will like, I think we probably will make future nerfs to these type of builds.
Okay.
Hmm.
I was wondering if it was like quantitative or qualitative from your perspective, but that's interesting to hear it that way. Swan. Yeah.
Cool. I want to completely change the topic for a little bit.
Oh no!
Crafting is a skill in PoE that I think like is really entertaining to watch, and the people that craft the best are like actually can separate themselves into another tier. I think
Let's see
crafting
what he
leagues lately
says.
have become
Back to League of Legends. Whee!
little bit, they do all crafting better than the other crafting mechanics in the game. Like, you know, the tree, for example, just spit out fractures better than anything else, spit out like high DPS axes better than anything else, spit out like everything better than anything else. And then like I go back to Necro, that was kind of the same. Every single piece of the gear eventually was like double fractured off Necropolis. Then you go back to like even Harvest.
Double fractured. What about triple fractured?
Introduce new crafting mechanics into the game? And if not, do you think that the current power level of like, because I think you need to engage in the league mechanic. It needs to be slightly better than the other mechanics in the game, probably on launch. But it just seems like the power dynamic seems a little bit off to me at the moment, because it feels like I don't, if it's a crafting league, it feels like I don't engage in the other avenues of crafting probably as much as I would.
Bro, his questions are way too long-winded.
I think it was definitely slightly unintentional how strong the breach equipment tree went out. And it took away a lot from like fossils from my point of view. Because it's basically doing fossils but with like mod tier rating on top of it. But I also agree that if you're going to have a crafting league, then you need to make sure the crafting is front and center. So it does need to be relatively powerful and feel good to players. Do you have anything on that?
what it kind of needs to do is iterate in a different novel direction from previous crafting methods, and that's where I think both Necropolis and the Tree kind of failed. Because they essentially were just, here's crafting and it's very good, and it doesn't, they don't have like, you know, some new thing that they're doing that isn't something that the other systems can do. Because if you can, and that's just really hard, by the way, like the crafting system in Path of Exile 1 is
Please
so
do.
tight and so, you know, extensive with so many things going on that it's really hard to iterate in a new and meaningful way. And that's probably why the Tree and Necropolis didn't, because there just wasn't, you know, wasn't some fundamental new thing to throw in at the time. So like going forward, if we have a league, you know, Mirage is not super heavy on the crafting, though there are a few things you can find in Mirages through other league mechanics that may impact crafting decisions, but it's not like a crafting league, so to speak. If we have a league in the future that is more crafting centric, I'd want to make sure that it has some new, unique, novel selling point that the crafting can be built around, because then you can put
Gonna
the
need
power
to touch
budget
King's
there
March this
rather
league.
than putting the power budget into just, okay, it makes rares with really big numbers.
Yeah, that makes sense, because from my perspective, the thing that I liked about Necropolis is, like, I was playing, I think, Poison Molten Strike at the time. Like, I still had to go to Heist to actually get the corpse to be able to make my pneumatic daggers, right? So I still had to engage with different parts of the game to be able to do the crafting that, like, I needed to do. Whereas it has felt like in the past, some of the leagues were like, you just did the core game of mapping, and then you were able to access, as you said, like fossils, or, you know, it seemed like strange that it would pull you away from the part of the game that that item came to. But I really like that you guys are addressing that at the moment. I don't know if you feel similarly.
An emphasis on all league mechanics, and we're not in that place yet. We're certainly not in that place. But an emphasis on all league mechanics having some interesting, unique draw that you would want to do that thing for is very important to me personally. Like that, that I think is what gives the game its longevity, or is one of the foundational things that gives the game its longevity. Being able to go like, you know, oh, I want to specifically, you know, build around and invest into Heist or Delve or Delirium or Blight or whatever, and be rewarded in a way for doing that I wouldn't be rewarded in for doing one of the other choices I could have picked.
True.
This is a normie question, I guess. To that end, is there like a favorite crafting system for each of you guys?
Well, it's definitely ROG from Expedition. And I think the reason I love ROG so much is because it just strikes the right balance between non-determinism and having a lot of player skill knowledge to like leverage your way to like economic returns effectively. So it's like, yeah, strikes the right balance between RNG and like me thinking that my skill is what is causing me to do well when I'm crafting from ROG.
ROG is a really interesting one because he doesn't actually give you anything that you
ROG
couldn't
is
get from other
Pog,
systems.
Andrew knows his shit.
It's more like the way of interacting with it is the thing that's unique there.
Yes, I also like how he gives you like very strange items sometimes. Like he'll give you some crazy looking item which is like might be hyper specifically very good for some random person's build, and it ends up selling for a lot.
Personally, probably fossils and resonators and delve in general. I mean, it's probably one of the reasons why we started there for this whole trying to make league mechanics more sequestered and contained, is because I have a soft spot for delve, and I like the fossil resonator system. I think it's pretty solid, despite it being what almost a
Shit-stained
decade old at
Steve
this point.
stonks going up.
Yeah, we definitely still
Maybe
use
not
them.
quite that old.
I think it's like, it's cool because Delve has like the two big like kind of cleavages in crafting where like you can just spam a dense fossil and get some pretty good stuff, but then when you want to make your higher end items, you can like deeply invest where every resonator is costing like 5 and 6 more plus divines per like slam. From my perspective, I really thought one of you guys would have said like Recombinator. What are the thoughts? Because, or I guess Sentinel broadly, because it's a progressive crafting system that's like actually building on other things, right? But it's still separate.
I think I do like Recombinators. I think the main thing I don't like about it is the opaqueness of it, and also how much like expert knowledge you sort of need to know, because there's weird things going on behind the scenes regarding like exclusive mods and that type of thing.
True.
It's a little less clear to players exactly like how to take best advantage of it.
Yeah, it's a cool system that's not communicated as well as it could otherwise be. So there might be work to be done there. I do remember when I first joined the company, one of the first things that I asked one of the designers I was talking to at the time is, okay, so when are Recombinators coming back? It was like a month after I joined in QA.
What was that?
What was
What
that?
league would that have been? What league would that have been?
I think I joined basically as Sentinel was finishing up.
Oh, okay. So okay. You've been kind of pushing behind the scenes. I think like they're so. I get what you're saying about the complexity thing. I feel like that's what makes it interesting to me because my biggest problem with Tree this patch was how simple it
Managed
was.
to make
Like,
a
the power is its
much
own
cheaper
issue that
alternative with your
can be
Holy
just Tree,
Strike
like
build.
it's a lever that can be pulled.
Now you
Right? You can just
can-
change numbers. But
Can
the sheer
go
simplicity
that
of
before
crafting
switching
from
to a
it,
Giga staff at some
I
point.
didn't like. It was like I want
That's walking
defense, I want
good.
Machi, I want this, and I just press
Come
it.
here.
Whereas like Recon, learning about the hidden rules, like I think having the, it's not. I wouldn't call it intuitive, but they didn't feel like bugs to me. They didn't feel like things that were generally problematic, but they still had you like thinking about the game, had you think about like what's possible, had you think about why these things are possible, and then once you figure out why one thing was possible, you start thinking about why other things aren't. And I would like worry then that as we separate crafting systems and reduce complexity, that we start to lose the possibility of that, right?
Yeah, I feel like the breach tree is more like a means of getting your starting item, but given how powerful it was, it probably was like, yeah, this is your starting item and your finishing item. As in, like, once you generate the rare item, you don't need to go through further crafting systems to iterate on it. But I do also share your love for, like, just loading up Craft of Exile and, like, being like, this
With
is the item I
Frostbreath,
want to
7
end
mil
up with.
DPS,
How do I
yo.
get there? And then just messing around and
Cheapest
seeing
staff
what
was
different
8
things I can
mil.
do to maximize
That's
my
pretty
odds
good.
of building that specific item.
And like all the weird little ways in which an item can be hyper specific is one of the things that drew me to Path of Exile in the first place, you know, and has just gotten more and more over time. Like you can have this item, you know, you can have one of those heist rings with extra suffixes, and then, you know, what maybe one of them is fractured and you've synthesized or changed the implicit, though I don't think that actually works on the heist rings, so maybe a bad example. You know, like you can mess with the implicits, you can mess with the corruptions, you can mess with the explicits a whole ton. You can have, you know, enchantments and stuff, and I wouldn't want to reduce that. No, I love how crazy and weird items can, or rare items in particular, can get eventually on like some Giga endgame build.
Judy.
I mean, the when I'm thinking about that, it's like the random item stuff I would like a lot. I like the idea of like having these weird items. Lastly, I made a character that was based around a ring that had minus 200 mana on it. It was like a helical, and I got like a lot of reduced mana. I had I think 80 total mana at the very end, and I did permanent sap of seasons with that because it also had like 200 mana regen. It was some weird bricked mirrored ring. But at the same time, what I'm thinking is like all the systems we're talking about actually don't really interact with each other, right? Like fracturing orbs are kind of the cross-cutting thread that makes a lot of crafting systems I feel interact with each other. And a lot of times I don't necessarily mind or not mind whether things are made in isolation. I think it's kind of cool when like, oh, this slot for your build is best made through this system and this slot is through this system. But like that's what is really drawing me constantly over and over again back towards like Recombinator. And I feel like the interaction between systems, I worry about that. A lot of
Do you
systems
think
are
that's
in
actually
isolation.
true though? Like, because I think like maybe at the top end that's true, but I think like, you know, essences into like Jun slams and stuff is like probably where a lot of like the base player base
Oh, yeah, like
crafting
Guild
stops, you know. So like
Yeah.
I think like there are some systems that overlap, and then like I mean I'm a fan of Rog as well, and then I'll just get some items that have like good modifiers and I'll just like slam them together on a recombinator to see if they actually turn into anything good, and if not they just get deleted. I think like the systems are in a pretty healthy spot from a casual perspective, I guess.
I think one of the changes that I was surprised went under the radar so much from last patch
Casual.
is all the harvest crafts now respecting meta mods. Like I made some very powerful items this patch, and I'm like, is this busted? But I didn't see people talking about it very much, so maybe it's not as busted as I thought it was.
I need to sit and think for like 2-3 minutes about that. Give me a sec. I'm gonna check out for a second.
I think part of it is, you know, something like the
Sub Club members can get any footlong for just $6.99.
Bro.
Every irresistible sub is packed with tons of crispy, crunchy veggies.
Bro. Why isn't this not working? Fuck you, fishy. Hey, it's not my fault. Oh, Pippin, what is this? So bullshit.
Has that advantage that even once you identify the item, all of your future crafts on that item are
That's what I tried.
better
We'll see.
because of the whole like the strands add mod tier rating.
Goated ad break
Yeah, I
from
used
this
strands for like the
awful
first time this
interview.
league for like crafting, and the complexity there was like the things that you could do were pretty crazy, especially like thinking about like beasts and like shifting bases. Whereas when it first came out, I was like, yo, seems useless. Like I think that player leg in terms of understanding systems is definitely there. And right now when you're saying the harvesting, I'm still lagging really far behind, man. I don't know where you're at. Don't say anything though. But I have no idea what you're talking about still. Like in terms of like what would be more OP than we already did before.
Well, I think it's more like in Harvest you have things like reroll.
More likely.
What is it? Reroll an item with a fire mod or a speed mod or whatever it is. Those didn't used to respect like prefixes cannot be changed and suffixes cannot be changed. But I think we changed that last patch.
I think that's been
As a
What?
result of introducing the new wand bases that have those implicits where they can't roll caster modifiers, I believe, because those work on the same system and they needed to function with that.
Yeah.
So it was just kind of a side effect.
that always worked, I think. We've been doing that forever.
Yeah, I could be wrong. There was definitely something related to Harvest which changed,
Can I
but
roll
maybe I'm
caster and
like
attack, right? Like that's what it would have been.
maybe.
I'd have to get the patch notes in front of me. There's been
Pretty
too
sure
many
that's
of them
been like
since
that
then. I can't remember
forever.
it all specifically
Yeah,
off the top of my head.
we've been crafting shit
I
with
think
that
there's
for a
I
while.
think there's some that have always worked, and now you're saying that all of them work now.
Yeah.
I know for
Yeah,
sure that
the-
like prefixes, suffixes can't be changed always worked.
Yeah,
So
those two
the
work.
table
but
which
casters
drives that
didn't, I don't
functionality
think.
was changed at a fundamental level to allow for the new wand bases to function. I know
Okay.
that much. Like that's where the change came from, but I don't remember all the specifics of all the ramifications.
I can see why that would line up then with like cannot roll caster and cannot roll attack.
Mhm.
In terms of this looting thing, and this is probably a conversation that happened 15 years ago, and it's just me not knowing. What if just everything was ID'd? And like I know there's an overlance on filter in that case, but
I think the biggest reason for this is like
Ooh.
people. It's just going to explode the complexity of what an item filter should look like.
yeah.
That's the
That
main
is
thing.
kind
And
of true. Yeah.
also,
but still,
like
it would be nice.
I think playing games like Last Epoch, might be one of my biggest problems with that game.
That's where it's coming
Is
from for me.
because everything drops ID'd. I feel like I need to build these like hugely complex filters, and I need to be hovering over items like constantly during maps. I don't know. There's something about it which I dislike fundamentally.
I may farm some L's in chat saying this, but also I like identifying items. Like I like, I play in hardcore trade often, which is a smaller economy, or I play in group found settings, where rares, still have some value. Like I'll pick up rings, I'll pick up amulets mostly. Maybe I'll pick up high level bases of the kinds of bases that I'm using for my build, that sort of thing. And I like identifying the item and that moment of like, ooh, could this be good? Oftentimes, 90% of the time, no. But then 10, 5, 2% of the time, it's good enough that I keep it. And that's cool. I like that moment personally. I understand that may be something that a lot of people don't care for or relate to, but like just on a subjective level, I like to identify rare gear.
When I think about it, it's like the sound engineering side of things helps that a lot, because I do hear the sound of IDing the item, and the feedback that provides me in my like chest area. I was like talking to my like friends who don't play PoE about like I guess like one of the reasons we still play like that tink sound, like things like that. And I think a lot of the sound engineering provides that satisfaction. The ID thing, I hear what you're saying for sure. I think that's where it comes from for me, if that's there.
I mean, I don't know. One of the really old series on my YouTube channel is just me IDing tabs full of jewelry and price checking it and then listing it. Like that was actually what started to get me an audience in the first place way back in the day. I would rather we try and address loot to the point where, there are some rares dropping sometimes, not hundreds. I don't want people picking up multiple inventories worth of stuff to ID. That gets tiresome real fast. But, you pick up a handful of items in the course of a map that you identify and assess. Do you want to keep it? Do you want to vendor it? And then you get rid of it if you don't want it. Like that is a fun draw for me, not a frustrating annoyance. I do understand for some people, maybe it's the inverse, but that subjectively, that is how I feel.
I'll like never have strong thoughts on this, I think, because the balancing of quantity and rarity seems like there's a lot of things that when people talk about, I'm like, oh, I have ideas about what prescriptions might be.
Give me all the
But
loot.
when I think about everything that
All
could
of
be
it.
useful, it never makes sense just like call off a bunch of items to me. And there's like times in which, especially during like SF races, my entire filter is switching. Basically every single base is changing, eye levels are changing, everything's changing. So I don't know, like I think
By
it's
the
just
way,
to hear
you're not
vibes,
listening. Got you on
prescription
1%
are kinda
volume
slanted
playing
in that
Siege.
direction.
I hope you're winning.
Where do you want to go, Spawn?
I mean, honestly, I think the ground loot thing's been talked about a lot. I'm kind of with Octavian. I like IDing stuff. I am interested in the
Had enough of the
dopamine
egg
feedback
egg.
loop that you guys just spoke about with the noises, though. I actually have like a little bit of a funny anecdote. When PoE 2 came out, we were all creating our
Bro,
loot
we don't
filters.
need
One of my friends put
anecdotes. We want
exalts on tints because like he was like, I
questions.
just want to get tints every now and again. And then 2 weeks into the league, he's like, this filter completely sucks. Like I'm just tinking like every 2 seconds. It's completely destroyed the game for me. So how do you guys balance that dopamine kind of feedback reaction? Do you guys think it's in a good spot? I know that people are saying divines are too rare at the moment, like maybe chase items are not happening as often as they want. Like
You
is there
hate
a sweet
him.
spot that you guys talk about in terms of like
I
how
think
often you guys want people
pretty much
getting
everyone
that
hates
really
him.
big
Like, look at
feeling when they
this.
play the game? Because I've never dropped a floor mirror, for example, and I'm sure that
Sure.
like I think I've got like 8,500 hours. So like the day that happens, I'm sure I'll be very happy.
What's easy to design there is the mirror. What's easy to design there is
8,500.
the thing that happens 1 in a bajillion times and is super exciting when it happens.
Wait,
You
he's
just
played
set
more
the
PoE
weighting
than I have?
stupid low and you make the item really powerful.
Why does he sound
What's
fucking
hard to design
Pepeg?
there is the middle class, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's easy to make a super common currency that nobody cares about and they'll hide on their filter like a transmute. And it's easy to make a mirror, but it's hard to make something that sits in that middle space that is exciting, but
hide his
drops
face?
often enough that it doesn't feel completely
I
impossible to
see.
get. And part of pulling ancient orbs and fracturing orbs into the core drop pool is an attempt to further populate that middle ground. Because if we were to just make, and we are making divine orbs more common with the currency changes, but if we were to make divine orbs as common as say alterations, just as an extreme
Some of the
example,
worst takes in like
they
League of
wouldn't be a
Legends.
tink
That
anymore, right?
translates
Like
that.
everybody would have 1,000
general,
divine
he's
orbs,
just
so
an
they would be
ass.
worthless. So you can't just arbitrarily pull down the rarity so much that it gets to that point. But there might be some merit to like maybe this thing is a little bit too rare and it needs to drop a little bit more often to give people a little bit more in the way of the dopamine hit. So yeah, I don't know. But you do that too much, and then you have the problem that existed, back when I was streaming the game and playing it regularly, where it felt like there wasn't nearly enough in the way of chase drops. Basically, for a chase drop to exist, definitionally, most people can't drop it. Or if everybody's dropping it, it's no longer a chase drop.
True.
I don't know. Like I said, those ones are the easy ones though. Like just set the rarity stupid low. That's not difficult. It's the middle class that's hard.
Yeah, I think it's more to do with the fact that it's like what proportion of all the valuable drops in the game are coming from the ground, because what is a valuable drop is entirely constructed by the players and whoever sets up the filters. So it's what we are doing a little bit this league is shifting more of the very valuable drops in the game from other places into ground loot. So, and not to say we will monitor this topic and do it more in the future. Like, for example, it's the whole like contention between window loot and ground loot. arguably you could say it's boss loot as well, but I think bosses having a bunch of exclusive valuable rewards is completely fine.
And then another thing that came to my mind when we're talking about this is the value of the currency to a player base versus the value of the click. I feel like divines at the moment, like especially for uniques, have like skewed very hard. Where I assume the majority of player base like actually just don't click a divine on an item at the moment because they're like, I can buy something like way more valuable with this. Whereas
That's
in
a
the past, I'm
trade
sure that was with
issue.
Exalt. So, like, what are your thoughts on like the actual value of a currency versus the usability of the currency?
Well, divines are a very strange one because the value of a divine in a trade league isn't actually based on the function of the divine itself. It's based on what it's used for on the crafting bench. I think I was one of the big proponents of the big
That's just how
Exalt
economy
divine
works,
switch
bud.
back in the day. And that was the reason for that primarily was Exalts are a currency we want players to be using quite frequently, whereas Divine Orbs are not really. They're supposed to be for like perfecting an item at the very late game. And having Divines be like very expensive in a trade league means that random uniques you find on the ground are more likely to be valuable. Because if it high rolls, then you can't just cheaply divine it.
Yeah, that was like good. My Moonstone rings like were on my filter last patch for like multiple items, which was like pretty crazy. Even when I'm like trying to push like 30, 40 DNR, never would have expected that. On the UX side, I've been really curious about that in general. So I'm gonna start with an example, the most annoying example for me. And I'm gonna set this in context. So today we still can't move boss hotbars, and they get in the way of like all our buffs and debuffs and stuff, right? That's like I think
they talked about this one.
problem. But every time that this is being introduced as a topic publicly, we kind of get the comparison to World of Warcraft and like weaknesses and all that thing.
Doc, leave.
I wonder if you guys have plans to change the degree of customization in the near future. For me, FF14 oftentimes kind of had the right balance in terms of how much you could move things, how much you could customize without kind of losing the common look and feel. And I'm also wondering, like, what is the UX flow for you guys? When is that going to be processed?
Did he use FFXIV as the... You can customize the entire UI, like, absolutely. You can customize everything.
Both Mark and Jonathan feel very strongly on, and not just them, but also our, like, UI department. So I don't mean to dodge the question. I'm more just not actually really capable of answering it in a meaningful way. You know, like I can definitely say the previous established talking points of we want the game to have a consistent feel, and we want the game, and part of that feel comes from the UI and the intentionality of its design.
I mean, his question is fine.
But
it's just that he used Final Fantasy 14 customizable UI as
in
a
my field. Sorry.
As a like an example.
Can we just get the guy to let us move the boss hotbar this patch?
Say that again?
Can we just get the ability to move the boss hotbar or make it smaller? The health bar, sorry.
I have a list, a specific document of QOL and UI stuff that I need to pitch to Jonathan and Mark. I will put it on that. I will make sure it gets mentioned.
I'm pretty sure there is like issues in the issue tracker for the problem in both PoE1 and PoE2 of like the boss's health bar, including your buffs, and reworking the buff UI in general. But I can't put a time frame on that at all. I have no idea what the status is.
I think it's really interesting, right? Because when Jung and I were talking about this, there's like two different things. It's like the current rateability is bad.
Your range of damage
is
like better,
very high
because only 50% has been converted.
Players, you guys can like sympathize with what people
and you
are
never
saying.
converted.
And then there's the next thing where Jung was like, I want to turn off the ability to say my own ability, and I was like, well, no one else wants that. That is just completely ridiculous. Why you want to run around?
I didn't
with
say that in
ghost
public,
abilities?
dude.
So like,
I love skill MTX, and I always buy every Herald MTX for my skills. So.
The thing is, if you're using lucky damage, lightning damage would actually just be better, wouldn't it?
So I was just wondering, like, as players, where do you feel?
Even though Ignite has like ridiculous ranges, but yeah.
How do you feel that's going at the moment?
Apparently converting to lightning is less damage than trying to convert to fire with Fire Mastery.
I would like to get some kind of good change there, particularly because
why use lucky when you can go yoke? Yeah,
it feels like we're stepping on our own toes a little bit, and it's just it's not great. But you know, like I said,
6-7 gesture.
Something that I can really.
You're gonna lose your mind.
So I don't want to promise anything that we won't be delivering, but I'll make sure to find time to talk to them about it.
No, I don't think it's about promises for me. It's like I think sometimes the community just
Oh
loves to hear
my
that the people
God.
that are making the game also share similar frustrations, and it's like not a lack of effort for like actually trying to get these things through. You know, like another
Oh,
thing
for
is
sure.
like the list of map mobs on the right side of the screen. Like I wish I could like just show the ones that I really care about, so I remember that they're in my map before they one shot me. But then I just don't want to have
Oh,
the whole
really?
list
It was
every
less
single time I
damage?
go in
Fuck,
because the list is
interesting.
like quite high sometimes. Maybe it'll go down
Damn.
now that tier 17s are out. But that was another one on the top of my head where it's like, I wish there was just a customization where it's like, okay, if there are volatiles in this map, then it will always show me that there's volatiles, but I don't have to look at the whole list every single time. You know what I mean?
You know what I noticed?
I mean, as a really specific point adjacent to that, like
I noticed that
we talked about
I
the
seem to
specific
filter out
models
this
that were
guy's
frustrating to
voice
players this league. One of the ones we
just
removed at the end of
because
that list was the whole, like,
he yaps for
when
too
Garrett
long.
was
His
compared
questions are
against
dog
Owen,
shit that
took
I've
advantage of that.
subconsciously
And we removed that one specifically
kind of
because
stopped listening to
I
what he's saying.
hated that it had this 4-line long description that would go off your screen when it's in the top right corner. So like yeah, we share some of these frustrations. Like that one wasn't removed because it was OP. That one
Your
probably
size
wasn't
for the
even really
overlay
that
is
dangerous,
smaller
to be
than the
fair.
screen.
It was just gone purely for the UI portion of it. Which is on me. I am the one who designed that modifier, but you know, we'll go back and clean up my own
And just
mistake.
zone out, pretty much.
I've died to that mod before. I'm be straight up. I died to that in comp. Like I just had bad PR, and like there's a massive spike. It's actually huge.
Well, you won't die to it anymore.
I'll find other
Ooh.
things. Don't you worry.
Why are you laughing?
On that note, actually, PO, and I know you guys aren't in charge of this, so just at a personal level, esports and racing. Is this something you guys like talk about frequently in the office? What are like the general perspectives
emote
on this?
overlay
I
is
know that
smaller
like
than
there's a
your
lot in terms of
screen.
community run, but it feels like increasingly you guys are more supportive when
is
it does
that what
happen.
is happening?
I've had like pretty decent support when I tried to do things. And then to what extent does that affect
Oh, it is.
balance, game design, and how you guys actually create the game from patch to patch?
XDD.
See, to me, that feels like a kind of emergent thing that comes out of the game. I'd rather not it impact design super specifically, because it's like, to me, the speedrunning and the racing should be like, okay, we have this final product, you know, we have this game. Now let's see how we can, you know, massively break it and find ways to do things really fast and skip stuff, rather
Flame
than
might not be
like
banned.
us designing
Just increased
specifically a
duration,
product for
so
the
we can invest in more
maximum
things like
ease of
swift
use
affliction and
on
whatnot.
that front. But
Which
that's just on the
damages
design
fires
side of
need for
things.
which.
On the community team support side of things, I
That's
think
true.
it's great to support more of these endeavors. You know, to have more events, to have more, you know, competitive Path of Exile out there. I just wouldn't want to design the game around it. That doesn't feel correct to me.
I guess from a
Unbelievably
personal
based.
perspective, how do you guys feel that the aspirational aspect of PoE is? Like, do you see like Ben as like the god PoE gamer because he just wins every gauntlet? Like, is it FUD because he farms the most currency? Like, what do you like personally for you? What is aspirational Path of Exile, I guess?
I feel like if definitely Ben, I think, is probably the archetypical like best PoE player just because of his expertise and like well, I think those like
Why is this being asked?
basically in those
I mean,
type of races,
it's-
he's leveraging all the tools necessary to like take
Let's
down
be
levers,
honest.
whether
It's his
that's
most
a
coherent
combination of, like,
question
leveling very
probably
fast, but
in this
also knowing how to
entire
optimize and
interview
create a
or
build
quote
that's
unquote
strong enough to
podcast.
handle all of like the tests at the very end of the end game, rather than someone who necessarily is just about
So maybe it's fine.
farming up as much currency as possible. Like, to me, that's
It was
a
definitely
more
the shortest question he asked.
exciting thing.
And we heard none of the answer.
Exile cons,
It doesn't
I forget
matter.
which one it was.
It was
I got to
a
meet
non-question.
Dan, and I felt like a fanboy. So probably him. He's for anyone who's not familiar, he's just a really prolific and successful builds creator in the hardcore trade economy generally. He basically every build he makes is extremely well thought out, extremely powerful, and very well rounded. Exactly the kind of build that I like to try to make. I don't always succeed. Though honestly, I would say like probably for the average player, it would be somebody like Mathel, who can take seemingly any skill, unique combination, and turn it into a viable build, you know, and just do that over and over and over again.
A big agree on Mathel. I love the like X item, X class.
Well,
I should get going.
How?
Without dessert.
How is this possible?
DoorDash is on the way.
Thank God it's a dog shit question. How? Beyond, what is this?
Coffee it is.
Alright, since it's an ad, I'm gonna take a piss. Ad block? I removed the other ad blocks. There is only uBlock Origin Lite. This is the only one that exists. Just like, I'm gonna take a piss. Oh. Oh, that was a good piss. Okay, what are they talking about?
That level, but when
Ben
you have
said-
when you have a lot of people who are expecting you to consistently create, you know, every build is reaching that same watermark, if not higher. I can
Control
understand that.
F5.
That's a little tougher.
React
What's
streamer.
interesting though
Hey,
is we
Lamont.
did add one bit of like super mega uber content
Does he
to the
not need
game
the script
that
for
didn't end
uBlock?
up becoming the
Oh
watermark,
shit!
which is
Do I need
volume
a
maps.
do I need a script?
The chunk
You
talks
say
about it all the
that.
time. That's why we
You
actually
say
brought it up
that.
because
Mm-mm.
yeah.
The last
Has it
I
now
have
become
not
the watermark?
slept for the past 4 days. I have
Poison
not
Impending
slept more
Doom?
than 3 hours on any given night. Because I'm
Poison
trying to
Impending Doom?
learn
No,
builds
we're gonna be
to
doing a
be able
Ignite.
to run every single Voldo map.
But
so that I
maybe
can get
Poison
stuff
Impending Doom
from
might be
game to
possible
game.
later.
And
But
do it
my
multiple times.
computer
It's just like,
kind of
last night I did not sleep,
explodes.
pretty much. I just lay there like this, staring at my ceiling, reading the list of Voldo mods, not on my phone, but on my ceiling as it's appearing
No
before my eyes,
poison, please.
over and over again. So you say that, Octavian, but I'm like, it's a nightmare, you know? I mean, maybe I'm not
Sure.
having fun, but
Smurfing on alt.
It's
Oh,
cool that it's a thing you can aspirationally shoot for. That's great. But would you say that it's like every build guide that you see and that you put out, people are asking, is this Voldo viable? Because that hasn't
Yeah.
been my experience looking through, you know, the forums and Reddit and that sort of thing.
like for my content these days, people are just asking if it's 5 or more buttons, I think, to play.
Fair enough.
So they don't like that, you know?
all right. This build is
And can I ask, who do you
this
like
build is not
watching,
done yet.
when
But
you
if
do
you want to
consume
see
any
it,
PoE
here it
content?
is.
I wouldn't say I consume much streamer content or YouTube videos. I think on League launch I will watch Quinn69 though, but I'm not watching him for expert gameplay. I'm watching him for other reasons.
Oh, beast. Thoughts on cooldown, cast speed, plus power charge, crit impending doom. It's good. However, building defenses on a power charge stacking crit impending doom is really fucking hard. Most of the time, yeah, as Fez said, it's kind of bait because it's so squishy. You have to invest so much into it to make it like actually tanky that I feel like it's just not cost effective. Most of the time, that's kind of impending doom's problem. You have to invest so much into it to actually make it good. Because you have to stand still to be able to do damage. And you have to be tanky. So being squishy and doing damage is kind of not really possible. But I mean, it's good, but it's just too squishy for me at least.
It's a shame because he doesn't really stream much anymore, from my perspective. And I mean, he's got stuff coming up, but I think one of my favorite players might have been Steel Mage. At least one of my favorite streamers. I would say my favorite streamer of all time is, or at least the person I consider the best streamer of all time is actually Quinn as well. But Steel's stream, I missed it a lot. I thought he balanced a lot of things in there, in terms of like having a relatively casual, friendly narrative, being pretty inviting.
How squishy
talking
do
in
you
a way
see them
that
go
a lot
usually?
of-
Because
I
you
wanna
don't
use
really
this word carefully,
experience
it's
squishy
just
besides
contextualized
one-shots
to,
of
like,
fizz
the
from
elites, I
bosses.
guess, kind of talk with too much of an elitist lens. I feel like he really didn't do that. But
I guess
it ended up fostering a really
at
interesting
that point it would be like,
style, and
what build are you looking at?
probably
Because
winning
most of the
people in
time,
try less hard, you know. Maybe when I win, I'm gonna quit, you know. Just
let me look at PoE Ninja for like
How did you
a
feel, Josh? That's harsh.
impending doom crit build.
there was one other skill I was really interested about.
Because most
that
of the
I
time
quit
it
was
would almost
thinking about
need
asking, since we're kind
to
of on big topic
it would,
side,
it would need to
feeling
be a
comfortable.
block based
General's Cry.
impending doom.
It's like the skill that I think
Like,
has
that's the
gone
only way to
probably
build
under the radar for a
the
long
defense
time.
for the power charge stacking
and I brought
variant.
it back with like text
In
on
my
wall back in
opinion.
Path of. Someone used to play it back in the day with Blade Flurry and Abyssus and stuff, and these days I feel like it still has like really, really insane numbers. But the mechanical complexity of it is absurd. Every skill that I've tried to play on it kind of functions differently. I recently tried Static Strike, for instance, which allows you to have clones summon these static beams. The static beams are still there when the clones disappear, but then when new clones are resummoned, those beams will disappear. So the two questions I have kind of flowing from that is, one, like when you think about this kind of skill balance, is it balanced against the complexity and hidden mechanics of the skill, its power? And then two,
Wait, didn't he ask this question already?
are there ways in like are there things that we just don't know about how these skills function? Are there like some skills that you think are much more powerful, but that we haven't really understood them yet as players and seen their potential?
Your build isn't on PoE Ninja,
well,
just
General's
checked.
Cry is an
Good import
interesting
from
one
profile.
because it's
Like here's a good example.
often creates a lot of like unintended or even buggy interactions. Like I think for a long while there, you had like the alternate tectonic slam gem, and it's like the General's Cry minions did not consume endurance charges, but they still benefited from all your endurance charges.
Like this
It's
guy
very
has
strong.
decent
I wasn't
damage.
actually aware of that static strike case.
But the
So
problem
it's
is, like,
slightly buggy
look
to
at
be
his
constantly-
max
we
hit
should fix it at some point.
I was
on
maybe gonna league start that.
essentially everything, except for his chaos max hit,
No, we're
obviously,
definitely not changing it in
are
time for
pretty terrible.
tomorrow. But
Even
yeah,
though he has
when I
max
played
spell
General's
block,
Cry
it's
once,
not
it was like
enough.
a shield crush build, and it was, yeah, I agree. It has a little bit of jank, which might justify some slightly higher numbers, but it was pretty fun.
Oh god.
The skill that had the most complexity that I ever worked with would have been Eye of Winter, right? Where like on Eye of Winter's return, I don't know if you guys ever saw that build come out, the Arcanist brand.
Oh
thing.
yeah, I think that's like the only build that I know from you quite well. I thought that was like a very novel concept at the time. That was the one with the
And then this is like another
Arcanist
one.
brand
This
return,
guy
but you
is
needed to
just
use
beyond
Arcanist brand
squishy.
so that the Eye
Like
Winter projectiles would
there's
actually
nothing
come
going
back
on
in
with
shotgun.
defense wise for that guy.
Because Eye of Winter projectiles could always shotgun, but there was a line that said maximum or like less travel range. I forgot what it says on Arcanist brand. It's not found anywhere
It just
else in
seems to be the
game.
problem
And
with
I think lines that we're
the
testing with Nimbus
place
and
on the
Pathfinder
tree
Fire
itself
about,
and
like,
what
certain
uniques you
skills
can
that certain
use.
projectiles
Like
can
even if this guy is
So
on
we were
Mage
under the
Blood,
assumption that a lot of projectiles
he
couldn't do
has
that.
essentially
And Eye
no
of Winter might have been the
defense. I
case,
mean, he doesn't have
but
any
once you put that in,
defensive
it made it, like, a lot
like
quicker, so
flasks
more
on his
easy.
Mage Blood, but
Um,
still, it's
I
just
wonder
squishy.
about the other skills, you know, like that we're not knowing, that we're not understanding in terms of their greater complexity.
And also how much of it is deliberate design.
Rocco says hi,
You know,
fishy. He had his
those
face right against where your face is for a
competitors
bit.
or whatever,
Oh,
just slightly stronger or slightly different.
Rocco,
and
why?
How much of it is just
What a
like, oh,
baby.
you know, that skill was
Rocco's
put
so
in the game
cute.
X amount of years ago, and if anyone tries to touch the code, it actually breaks Molten Strike, so we can't touch the code. You know.
Well, for Arcanist brand in particular, I imagine that line was put there just in order to limit the reach of the Arcanist brand and, you know,
He
keep
is a
it
baby.
from
Oh,
being quite as strong in terms of its ability. Like I'm sure when Arcanist brand was originally being designed, whoever was the designer was like, we want this to be strong, but we don't want this to be able to like off-screen stuff for you. So let's put a stat that lowers the maximum action distance of the projectile. You know, we don't necessarily use that stat elsewhere, but it does exist. It's often on monster abilities, so that monsters can't off-screen you with stuff as easily. Basically, every monster with a projectile skill has some amount of that stat, and it was very likely not to, you know, not considering the balance implications it might have with some niche interaction. It's the same thing with General's Cry. Like, General's Cry is one of those things that I personally really like. I've played like 3 or 4 General's Cry builds over the years, but it can be a little frustrating design-wise because it means every time we design a new skill that can interact with it, you have to test it against it, and you have to test that new skill against, you know, the Savior if it works with that. You have to test it against traps, mines, totems, Arcanist Brand, triggering with the various different ways, and like, it's just another example. You know, it's similar to like something like Reliquarian, where we design ourselves something that we have to have maintenance and upkeep, but that's what makes the game cool. Like, you know, I say it's frustrating, but it's what makes the game cool, so it's worth it, definitely. Sorry, I went off on a bit of a tangent there.
No,
Yeah,
I
can't
agree.
remember what I was going to say.
I have another like kind of niche question around that as well. There was a bug in League of Legends. I don't know if you kept up to date with the game, Octavian, where Rumble on blue
You're missing
side would
2
just
jewels.
do
You have
more
no idea
damage
which
for some
water
reason
design
than
it.
on red
It
side,
was.
and
Yeah, I
it was
remember that.
just because of how League of Legends was coded. So for
Oh,
like,
he's talking about
genuine
League of Legends
system
again.
execution of League
Okay.
of Legends,
So
Rumble
this
on
is
blue
this
side
is the tankiest
higher win rate, and then free
on hit
look at the
crit
number and, like,
impending
really
doom
tough
build that I've
and
seen.
like a big community guy. Now he's on design, which is like really cool for me. And it was like, okay,
Hey,
I
Sanctity.
know that there's no
Mute
power
that guy.
it has nothing to do with map symmetry.
Hope you're doing well, Sanctity.
And then I'm gonna fix it. And he said like tearing through that code was like a nightmare. Are there any niche bugs that you guys?
So this is the tankiest I've ever seen in an on-hit impending doom build. Like, this is actually pretty fucking nice. But if you see, like, it takes so much currency and investment to get to this point.
I do have an example that pretty much fits this perfectly.
Funny enough, he can actually get more tanky. Oh, wait, no, it's a synth base. I see. Yeah, if he had ES on block, this would actually be super nice. But he does not.
The delve node that gives you that essence from the pillar, or sorry, that fossil from the pillar, was breaking. I think it's called an etheric essence.
Huh.
Or etheric fossil, sorry.
I'm actually shocked he's not using Divine Shield either. I guess it makes sense. Because it's weird. But yeah, this is like an acceptable level of tankiness for on-hit crit impending doom, I would say. But it just to get to this level, it takes so much.
Like every time, it was fine. It wasn't broken, but you know, enough people were consistently reporting this that it clearly wasn't just player.
Always doing
error or
good. How about you? Thank you. I'm
so
doing
eventually I
very
realized
good.
That every time
Glad you're
one of
doing
the
well.
essence monsters surrounding it was an Essence of Scorn. Essence of Scorn has this ability where it grabs you with a big hand and pulls you to it. That is stolen from the Dominus fight. It's a recolor of that. So Dominus has this ability where he'll pull you next to him with a big hand sometimes in his second phase, I believe. And what that skill was doing was
I've actually
looking for
never seen that
anything not
from
on its team, grabbing it and pulling it to it.
Octavian talking.
The pillar that drops the fossil is technically a chest, so it's not on the monster's team. So it could sometimes, if the player was standing at the wrong place at the wrong time, grab the chest and move it. And the code for that chest is so ancient, it's not looking for the chest, it's looking for the location that the chest is at. So if the chest moves at all, it doesn't work anymore. So what we did is we made the hand skill look specifically for, you know, things on the enemy team, not just things not on its team, so that neutral objects like chests don't get grabbed. But yeah, it was a bit of a rabbit hole.
That's crazy. There's a bug right now. I don't know if you have an answer for this. Earthquake of amplification with General's Cry. After 5.4 seconds from the point at which the instance is created, will disappear instead of resolving. You heard about this?
What do you mean by since the instance was created?
The earthquake instance. Like, not from the point at which you attack, but the point at which it hits the ground.
No, well, internally the word instance is used to like
Right,
refer
yeah,
to an area. So
I was thinking damage instance, but like,
yeah,
or
sure.
a skill. Let's say skill. After the initial animation has resolved, that would be the point.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard anything. Maybe someone can look into it after this, but
yeah,
it's one of those things where it's just like there's just so much complexity and permutations of interactions within the game at this point. We're really there's definitely not enough time for everyone in design and QA to test them all out. So community members will find them 2 years later, since the gem was released.
is there something that like, or what's like the area of the game that you guys like working on the most in terms of design for like the future leagues and stuff? Especially like, I kind of see Path of Exile in two ways. One is as a loot game, like a looting game, and one is a character creation game. I'm sure there's lots of shades in between, and I think from those two lenses, there's lots of different sub aspects that like I kind of value the most, or that I am most excited about when say I read patch notes or when I see changes. What are the systems that you guys look at and like get most excited about when you're working on it, and why?
Personally, I'd probably say ascendancies, and I think that's just because I just like the idea of having very few but very punchy and transformative passives.
I think skill design for me, which is which is why we've had new skills the last two patches, because I've really pushed for that. And like I've said in some of these previous Q&As, I want to push for every skill to eventually have its own transfigured version or versions. Partially just because I really like working on skills. It's very, very fun. Though the endgame boss this league is the first endgame boss that I've like designed, start to finish, and I really enjoyed that process. Hopefully people like fighting him. So because that was a lot of fun.
Octavian designed the boss.
Following up with the first one first, what is the Sensi that you think is best designed then? When you like, and like, what's the rationale behind that?
Well, I'm trying to discern between best design and my favorite. I think historically my favorite is probably Trickster, and I've always felt that Trickster has struck this nice medium of just being like, it feels like a nice balance of both offense, defense, and utility, all wrapped in one. It's usually had a lot of like varied choices which you could go for. I don't think I played it in a while though, so I can't actually speak to the current state of Trickster, but historically that's probably been my favorite ascendancy. So maybe by that token, I also consider it the best designed. Like, to be honest, I'd say best designed to me would be more from a flavor point of view, as opposed to necessarily like the stats it offers. I think bad designs on ascendancies tend to be things that are also like hyper niche. Like we've never really liked Saboteur calling out traps and mines directly, because it feels like if you're a trap and mine build, well, you should be playing Saboteur. But if Saboteur's not very good, then no one plays Saboteur because half its nodes are related to traps and mines.
True.
It's interesting because I think
Sab is
prior to you saying this, I had
terrible.
the opposite idea of what I thought you guys thought. Insofar as I thought PoE2's Ascendancy design would be considered like better in the sense that a lot of things are much more unique.
You
right? Like, from
played
Ascendancy to
catch
Ascendancy,
with your
they're
cat
very,
instead
very
of listening to
transformative.
this.
Whereas I thought PoE1 Ascendancy design is more like it gives you baseline power or scaled power in different ways, but is more interactive with what's already there. So like I guess like between the tension of like heterogeneity and homogeneity and generic modifiers, it seems like prioritizing choice is actually what you're seeing as like good design as far as ascendancies, right?
Are you saying choice within an ascendancy or choice between ascendancies?
Once you choose the ascendancy, you're still granted further choice. As opposed to like I've chosen ascendancy, it gives me X skill.
Yeah, well, I definitely feel like, say I'm just playing Fireball, for example, then I want to, like, I think we internally had this test of like a good ascendancy. I think this was primarily when designing PoE 2, but we've also used it on PoE 1, where it's like, can you play this ascendancy on Fireball? Do I have enough nodes to take if I'm a Fireball build? And can I play this ascendancy on Flicker Strike? Is there enough nodes to play if I'm a Flicker Strike build? So if you can answer those two questions, then you probably have enough generic. It doesn't have to be super generic. It just needs to be like,
Regis is
it
like
can be super weird, but you could still
I-beams
theoretically make a
Flicker
Fireball
Strike
build around it.
mentioned.
So yeah, having it be generic enough that you can do that is like probably one of our main goals.
That's really interesting, because if you like working on that, and if that's something that you guys discuss internally, how do the Bloodline ascendancies come in? Because I feel like what Bloodline was for me
That's
is like,
really
okay,
interesting.
I have like a couple of hyper niche things, and then I have all the other ascendancies where I can get my generic power, and I think that design choice was really like actually a beautiful solution to a rather complex problem, to be honest, because I was always like, give me Forbidden Flesh Flame for like Freesia, or give me the access to one Freesia one, and then you kind of came up with this hybrid middle ground, and it was pretty cool to me.
Yeah, Bloodlines are certainly designed differently to regular Ascendancy nodes. They sort of are a bit more niche, and they can be niche. The reason for that is we don't really want you to be saying, oh, I'm an occultist. I take one node on the occultist, and then I take 3 nodes on the Bloodline, and then are you really an occultist?
I'm here.
Oh my god. Kill me. Bro. What is this? Bruh. Just get this. Alright, do we just get rid of this? Wait, no, let's keep that. Turn it off for now.
Tendencies have been out
The
10
crit
years.
stuff is relative. God, it feels recent to me. That's still probably years ago.
I think that's been
Few more
since
notes?
Legion League.
Yeah, that's probably a while ago at this point.
Yeah, Overwhelm has been. Yeah, I think Masterful also got a rework, right? The Frenzy Charge Endurance thing. That came in later as well. So in terms of, I guess, like,
Re-enabled?
the same thing to you, Octavian, in terms of skill design, is there something that you look at and think, like, this is the most interesting skill to me in the world?
Huh.
Most interesting?
Yeah.
Is going to be an answer that I don't think a lot of people will resonate with or expect, which is
Sick.
I honestly think what's it called? Stormbind, the one where you place the rectangles on the ground and then you charge.
Wait,
and explode.
really?
I honestly think that skill is an incredibly cool design for a different video game.
Oh.
Like it doesn't. And this was designed before I joined the company. This is not me trying to toot my own horn. You know, this was 2019, 2018 that it was designed, I believe. Like it's a really cool, interesting design that like takes stats and leverages them in different ways than any other build would, where like your cast speed sort of becomes your AoE in a way.
Can you
your
click on
mana
the
cost sort of
extension?
becomes your cast speed. And it's really cool. And then, you know, it's that meme of like thinking about Stormbind versus playing Stormbind. Where like in another slower paced, more methodical ARPG than what Path of Exile 1
It's
it would
working?
have been perfect.
Fog.
But yeah, it's probably the most interesting. Sure.
That sounds super leading.
What's that?
That sounds really leading in a more methodical ARPG, similar to Path of Exile 1, but not PoE 1, yeah? It could fit there, for sure.
I didn't mean it that way. Sure, yeah, sure. I could see where you would interpret that. No, I don't. I don't work on PoE 2. I have no idea if Stormbind is going to PoE 2. Probably not. But I've kind of always held that opinion that it's this really, really cool skill
What the
would
hell?
do extremely well in some other video game that isn't PoE 1. As far as like some of my favorite skills in PoE 1 that, you know, I wouldn't put in that bucket of not really being too viable for the game is, I don't know. It's very basic, but I really like Shield Crush. I think that's mostly down to the audio, though. Like the sound team did an excellent job on that skill. It sounds great. It's really satisfying to use. I also really like Cremation. I've come to realize over the years that some of the skill design that I like is things where you place something in an area and then it does something for a while. Like I like, you know, Flamethrower Trap, Seismic Trap, Cremation. You know, my other league start option in this league was Siphoning Trap of Pain, the alternate one, because it's that same sort of design. Yeah, I don't know. I could talk about this for hours. I love skill design in general and so many of the skills in the game.
Maybe one day, maybe in like a year, I'll come over and we'll have a conversation about that. Because I would just listening to why skills exist and what like you can glean from them. I think is a really, really different perspective than what I take. I think it's really easy for me to get too distilled down to like this does X number in this content and this does X number against other content, and kind of have that be too prolific in terms of like how it's affecting like my build creation.
What is this?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time, whether or not I end up going with a given skill design it's
impossible.
You know, it's a mix of like talking to Andrew and other designers and seeing if they think it's cool, but then also pitching it to like